Oh, pop.
I don't call it pop. No.
You don't call it pop?
No, people do. I might have when I was younger, but yeah. No.
I called it pop.
Did you call it pop?
Yeah. Well, soda pop. That's where it comes from.
Pop. I'll have a pop.
But
I probably
soda.
did when I was younger.
Yeah. Or just Coke.
Yeah.
You're drinking a Coke.
Coca-Cola. Little Coca-Cola.
That's funny. Well,
like
I'll be in a
Coca-Cola or
restaurant and
Pepsi,
I'll say, can I have a Coca-Cola? And she'll be like, do you mean, or he'll be like, you mean Coke?
Mhm.
And I'll be like, yeah, exactly. Coca-Cola.
Sure.
Anyway.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Did you have a late night last night?
No,
Is
I
that
just
why?
honestly just felt like sugar in the morning every once in a while.
All right. That's
Yeah.
odd. Well, we're in for a ride then.
There we
Aaron's
go. Woo.
highly
I just
caffeinated.
didn't feel like, I was like, I could have coffee.
And that's not like one of those mini Coca-Colas. That's full size there. You might as well be drinking, one of those energy drinks.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I did used to drink the Red Bull in the morning.
A lot of people wake up and crack the soda. So
every once in a while, it's nice to have a little.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, Coca-Cola or Pepsi. I like them both.
7:33 right now on Kiss.
Big news. I have some important news for you. Interesting news.
It's Blake and Aaron's Spilling the Tea with Sandy.
Cayman's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Hey, Sandy, good morning.
Hello.
Good
morning.
Blake and Aaron, how are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right, let's jump into some news headlines this morning.
Let's go.
Right.
All right. Sorry.
LFG.
Yes. A
Let's
couple things going on. Bit of a sad news this morning, but a CBC officer is now in critical condition, fighting for his life after he was viciously attacked at a local bar in West Bay Road. So Trafalgar Place, Jungle. No one seems to know what this is really all about. He's probably just sitting there having a drink and maybe minding his own business. But a person known to the authorities, 21-year-old man of West Bay, has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder.
Wow.
Yes, and driving under the influence of alcohol. After the CBC officer was found on the ground of the parking lot, unresponsive on Monday night.
Oh no.
Wow.
So this is everybody is quite upset about this. Really nice guy.
Oh really?
Very, very shocking.
Just
situation.
like random.
It looks like it very well could be just stupidness, really.
Hopefully
Yeah, we're hoping that
out.
he pulls through. Yep.
Whew.
So a probation officer also arrested for assault in an unrelated case. A 31-year-old probationary officer with the RCIPS has been suspended from duty after he was arrested on suspicion of assault, ABH, and DUI on Monday. Yes, this man, who's also, they say, from West Bay, was arrested in relation to an incident at a licensed premise in West Bay. Sounds like these two are probably connected, but the police haven't said so. But I'm suspicious.
Wow.
That they might be. All right. If you drink yogi tea, you might want to check your packages. As yogi tea bags, the immune support, which says it supports immune function. Almost 1 million bags are being recalled after officials detected excessive levels of pesticide residue.
What? That's a lot of tea bags.
Yeah.
That is a lot of tea bags.
Yep. They say the East West tea companies, organic tea, might have some pesticide in it above acceptable levels. So the FDA has issued and posted a notice. Each pack contains some 16 tea bags, and they're 4 packs per box. So that's just about 1 million tea bags. So if you drink this tea, and funny enough, I do.
We've had the yogi before in our house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You will want to check, we've got the article up on the website. All the UPC numbers are there. Just check it just to be safe. I mean, you never know.
No pesticide in tea bags.
Yeah. You ever had those tea bags in your house?
All right. So let's end with what we're going to do. 2 feel-good stories today.
Probably not as much as you.
You're drinking a lot of tea. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right.
Aaron likes a good tea bag.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Let's have 2 feel-good stories today after those depressing ones. But anyway, Charlotte Webster, congratulations. She is headed off to the Olympics. 21-year-old is going to be representing the Cayman Islands at the Paris Olympics when she competes in June. Yes, she's going to be joining an elite field of only 2 other female sailors who have represented the Cayman Islands. Yes, so congrats and good luck to young Charlotte. Bring home a gold, silver, or bronze. We'll be happy with those.
That's just awesome to even be able to go and
I mean,
that's really cool. Yeah.
For a country as small as Cayman to have any sort of representation there is like totally amazing.
Yeah.
UCCI celebrated as a global leader in sustainability. So, they did this whole Resembid program where they received 1.5 grants totaling over 1.5 million euros. And it allowed them to offer training in a variety of emerging areas, sustainable construction, renewable energy, information communications technology, and tourism, of course. And so the Resembid organization has now recognized them as a global leader in sustainability practice. So apparently UCCI was featured as the lead story in the recently released global newsletter from Resembid. So,
All right.
done. Yeah. So they say they're pivoting themselves as a leader in the Caribbean who wishes to transition to sustainable energy and environmental stewardship. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Good
All
stuff.
right, Sandy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a great day. Watch out for those tea bags.
Yes. Have a good one.
Tomorrow.
All right, later.
All righty,
Yeah.
bye. All right, folks. My apologies. We're running a little bit late this morning. How's everybody doing? Let's do a little reboot player show song, which we didn't get to play.
Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. So tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama to call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth telling, more problem solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. All right, folks, tell everybody the cold hard truth has begun. All right, good people. How's everybody doing today? Hope you guys are doing okay. Just grabbing my links, my linky links for my good folks there on WhatsApp. Sometimes you guys message me in WhatsApp, and I have to admit, I do get a lot of messages. So I always like to remind people occasionally, if you have sent me a message and for some reason I haven't responded, or you asked to be added to the list and you haven't been added, just ping me again. Just message me again and say, hey, I'm still here, honey child. Actually, let me grab some water. I realized that I don't have any water this morning. Miss Stacy isn't here. She's doing other things. So I was like in charge of this is why we got help when Gigi started big school, because it's really hard in the mornings to get myself sorted, get her sorted, and actually being on time for 7:25 now. So give me one quick second. I'm going to grab my water. So keep jamming out to the show theme song, courtesy of Mr. Berman Scott. Really appreciate him writing and singing not one, but two songs for me. So big shout out to Mr. Berman this morning as well. I absolutely love this song. Let me find it now. Where is it? Hold on. There it is. Get your water ready. Get your tea ready.
Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. So tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama to call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And they start robbing, they calling Sandra. And if the rooster fly in the kitchen, they calling Sandra. And when they want to get the money, they calling Sandra. And even when they lose their honey, they calling Sandra. Every day, everyone wanna hear from Sandra. And all the time on the air, she's getting better. Some people say, honey child, that she's a savior. She's not afraid to say, and she will tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama to call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. Tell your brother, tell your father, tell your mama.
All right, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your indulgence this beautiful Wednesday morning. So, yes, flying solo just means Zeus in the house today. He's keeping me company, following me everywhere I go. I don't know how many of you have dogs, but you'll know they get very, very attached, and sometimes they get attached to one particular family member. And Zeus is my buddy, honey chill. He loves everybody, but I think he loves me a little bit extra, if I were going to say so myself. So he is right under my, let me turn on this other light here. What do we call it? Frock tail this morning. Everywhere I move. How does that song go? You move, I move. Yep, that's Zeus this morning. So he's here. He's got his little ball. He's starting to play with his little ball, but he's here in the studio. So good morning to everyone. We're going to have a guest coming on this morning. We're talking about Cayman Art Week, which is here again, a wonderful event every single year, really to highlight local artists. And then, of course, you know, it would be remiss if we also don't talk about some of the crazy news stories. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Miss Sandra. How you doing?
Morning. Not bad. How are you?
Excellent. I'm good.
Good.
I just had to call in.
Uh-huh.
In case you didn't know, it's Hunter. I had to call in. It was so hot yesterday, right? Oh my gosh! And summer isn't even here yet.
Yeah, trust me.
I don't know what we're gonna do, but I beg you to do a segment on the heat. You know, try to keep some.
Yeah, we're supposed to do that yesterday, and then we ran out of time. But yeah, we'll definitely get to it.
I was just calling to remind you, you know, and while I'm at it, I wanted to just say something to two of our ministers. You know, I don't mean any malice or anything in any way, but if Minister Jay in particular, in charge of infrastructure and NRA, you guys need to consider going on a tree planting campaign, man. We're sitting in the traffic. The sun is burning us up. There's no trees left in Grand Cayman. I mean, all you guys got your helpers walking on the side of the road to the bus stop, and they can't catch no shade on the way. You know what I mean? We can plant some trees, man, and we could really bring, you know, this temperature back under control. It's gonna take years, so they need to get started now.
For sure. And I mean, they criticized the previous premier because they said, oh, all he was doing was planting trees, and now you're begging them to plant some more. But you know, yeah, there you go.
A lot of them have a short-term foresight, so you know that's also a problem. But yeah, they need to get some trees planted. The medians are there. If you go look at some of the DART projects, he has some big, beautiful trees planted all over Cayman Bay and all over his highways and stuff. I mean, we need to start following suit, man, because we're sitting in traffic for hours. They can't fix the traffic problem, so you know, let's at least make it a little bit easier on everybody. I mean, even with the laws on tint, you know, it's not really protecting you much from the sun. So we got to get some trees planted, people, please. You know what I mean? And another thing too, I heard this morning on the radio about DEH. They I don't know why, but they moved the bulk waste pickup to like next month or something like that.
Nope. They did Town yesterday. They were in my area yesterday.
Oh, yeah, they're doing Town now, and then that's going to be replacing the end of the year, the Christmas cleanup. I don't know what
I don't think that's correct. I'm not sure where you got that information from. But
absolutely, it's correct. I heard it on the radio this morning. So they said that it's going to be replaced.
You heard it on the radio this morning that they're going to replace the bulk cleanup at Christmas time with this one?
Yes, ma'am. It was on Bobo FM this morning. So I just had a little concern about that. Maybe you could check it out, but I'm pretty confident that that's what it said. But you know, yeah, they should maybe consider not taking away the end of the year. I mean, Christmas is the time when everyone wants to clean up their yard and stuff. So just those.
I don't think that that's the case, because that's not what they did last year. They added additional bulk cleanups like throughout the year. So okay, I can confirm with them. That's a quick message there. Their head of department is very, very responsive. So I can
Mhm.
certainly ask Mr. Sims about that this morning. Not a problem.
Okay, yeah. So I would check in on about that because I heard that on the radio and I know that it sounded kind of weird. I mean, unless I'm
Mhm.
hearing shit. Sorry, excuse my language, but unless I'm hearing stuff, that's
Mhm.
what I heard. So
Hmm.
just a little bit of a concern there. But yeah, plant some trees, please.
Okie dokie. Sounds good. I'm going to just confirm this. Just normally, I mean, they've added a few in previous times, so let me just find out. Yeah, last year they added remainder of the year. Okay, I will certainly inquire. This one. All right, asking them to confirm so we can advise you guys. Okay. Yeah, I mean, normally I know last year for sure they put on extras because y'all have so much stuff. Let me just put it that way. No, last year they did several. I know for a fact that they did several because they reach out to us to help us promote them for them. So let me just confirm. All you have to do is ask, and they will certainly let us know. And most people like to do a cleanup now and like year end. So I think that's why they time them then. All right. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy. How are
Morning
you,
here.
ma'am?
Not bad. How are you?
Yeah, hanging in.
Good.
Yeah, about the trees.
Mm-hmm.
What happened is that when I was growing up in Cayman, especially Georgetown area was pretty all over the island, but mostly Georgetown was very cool as boys. We could go underneath the trees and enjoy the breeze. Even if it wasn't in a breeze, it was cool because we had a lot of trees, kind of big trees, right there by where the Hero Square is. They had a guinea tree on one side, and then on the other side of it, where the bus was in to stop at the bus stop there, right behind the library, there was another guinea tree there, big guinea trees, and Georgetown used to be so cool, but what happened? That concrete, all them buildings that they got there, sucking all the breeze in the air, and that is what happened. We don't have any more hardly trees. We don't have any star apple trees. We don't have any mommies. So many berry trees. All of those things that used to keep the place very cool and stuff. Guava trees. All of that is gone. I don't know why they I can't remember who it was started cutting them down. I can't remember the name of the entity that started cutting them down, but they had the approval from government.
Probably just the people, to be honest. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in my life. We purchase properties, clear the entire land, cut down all the trees, and then turn around and have to replant trees in order to get some shade on the property. So it's a little bit. It's a little bit
and now
strange.
to get where we're gonna plant now, you're gonna talk about 8 or 9 years before you can get a little shade again. But it hardly ain't no way now to plant. It ain't no way to plant because there is a concrete building, So I mean, at Georgetown there, right, the Hero Square were beautiful as boys. We used to be underneath there, and then used to have the almond trees. I mean, Georgetown was very cool and beautiful because we had all sorts of trees, and the trees kept you cool in the breeze. But now it's a concrete building. I went Georgetown a few days ago and I got lost. Couldn't even recognize where I grew up. You know, and I don't know who are we building for, because I'm understanding now that they have a lot of people that is renting the places, and when they wake up in the morning, the people left 2 o'clock in the morning because they owed rent, so they stay in one place 2 or 3 months, and they pay the first month, and then they lapse 2 months, and then when you wake up in the morning, the person is gone, owing the landlord area like bill, water bill, you know. So I don't know who we're building for, because there's a lot of concrete buildings there in Georgetown, and I just want to put this closely on the air this morning. That big building, Rare Goring Avenue, is really going up high. There used to be a blowhole there. That's all I can say. I'm not going to bring it up again. I'm not going to say no more. It used to be a blowhole there. And you got to remember now that that is only filled in, you know. That's only filled in there. So I hope that those big investors and all those big contractors check out the Cayman Islands where they won't build first, because I'm sorry, go 12 miles off of here and look at Cayman and see where the land is below sea level.
Thank you very much, my dear. I appreciate it. All right, folks. Like I said, we've got a guest joining us at 8 o'clock. And then someone said there was never a blowhole there. A well, yes, but not a blowhole. So distinction, this person saying between a well and a blowhole. All right, folks, speaking of bulk cleanup, don't forget now they're doing Bodden Town, and then week 4, which starts tomorrow, is going to be for the district of North Side and East End. I actually caught the guys yesterday in my area picking up stuff. They were coming in the afternoon, not long after I'd gotten home. So a big shout out to them. In fact, I want to share something with you guys. You know, they're out there working hard. I think they deserve a shout out for the amazing work that they're doing. I'm going to show you guys something, because I'm going to show you what my bulk cleanup looks like. I got my pile, and let me just show you guys this. So this person said, no, there was no blowhole there. There was a well. You know, I don't really know how much these guys, contractors, when they come in, and developers, and they purchase Cayman land, I can't say how much they know about the land versus what they don't know. But this is why it's a good idea, perhaps, to make sure you talk to Caymanian, honey chia, before you go purchase that property, so that you know what you're purchasing. Most of these developers, I got to tell you the truth, they don't care. They got to throw up the building anyway. And then, you know, if they have a sinking problem, then it is what it is. So yes, we've been telling the public since 2022 that we'll be doing the bulk waste collection in May instead of December going forward. We've moved it to May since 2023. Okay, so my bad. Hunter was correct. Woo, Hunter! Look at that. Finally right about something. What do they say? A broken clock is right at least twice a day. Just playing with you, Hunter. Good job, Hunter. Woo-hoo. He got it right, honey child. Yes, so there you go. They've moved it. I was thinking they were going to do another one in December, but nope. They said they have moved it from December to May. So make sure you put out all your stuff. Now, listen, if you missed them, if you're in West Bay and you missed them, can you run to somebody's house in Northside now and put it out at the curb and be like, excuse me, ask their permission. Can I put my bulk waste at your curb counter? Because somehow I missed it. You know, the other thing that you can do is you can just take it away yourself. Y'all don't always have to rely on the government to do everything. I know it's hard. It's hard to be self-sufficient. That's what y'all think anyway. Y'all do not like to Ooh, honey child. You're like, Sandy, I've got to do something myself. And I'm like, yeah. Oh man, can't believe it. It's like, yeah, you can do it. You're like the little train that could. So I'm going to show you guys what I put out. The guys kind of laughed at me. They were like, actually, they passed me and didn't pick up my stuff. And I was like, hey, my stuff is right here. They're like, oh, we thought that was some sort of decoration. I was like, what? That's not decoration. That's my bulk waste cleanup. Y'all are going to laugh when you see it too. Here's my bulk waste cleanup. There it is. That's it. Yep, that's me. That's all I had. A couple pieces of, you guys know we're doing a little construction around the place. So that's a couple of pieces of a fencing that had to come down. And the little caps, I hate those little caps. These are like the solar ones. Ugh, they're such a waste. They don't really work anyway. These solar things, they work after, a couple months and they stop. So you might as well just hardwire them electrically if you want lights. We have a lot of lights around the place, like Fort Knox. But anyway, these are more decorative for me. So they came down the other day when they took the fence down. So I was looking around the place going, what do I have to contribute to the bulk waste cleanup? And that was it. And so the guy said to me, Sandy, we noticed that you got a full bottle of water. I had Gigi put it there. She's got to work sometimes. So the guy said, we noticed you have a full bottle of water there. And I said, I don't know where that water came from, but I'm going to take it out of the bulk waste pile, because this is my pile, and I am going to recycle it, because I'm not going to drink it, because like I said, I don't know exactly where it came from, to be honest. So I thought, right, what I would do is give it to Zeus and let Zeus drink it. I mean, it's sealed, so I don't think we have anything to worry about. But it's also been outside in like the hot sun and stuff. I don't even know if I'm going to give it to Zeus. I'm kind of suspicious about these things. But anyway, I did pick it up. And I said, I'll try to maybe recycle it. It is plastic. So that was my bulk waste cleanup. The truck was in the area yesterday. There they are doing their pickup. Congratulations to the Department of Environmental Health. Now, there's certain things that they will not pick up. So I noticed in the neighborhood, these were some things that were left behind. And I thought, oh, they must have, like criteria. So this person says, regarding that, this is Department of Environmental Health. Like I said, they're very good with responding. And I said, hey, I saw these items. Is this stuff that they don't pick up? So they said, regarding this, the team will be back to collect the rest of the stuff left behind. When you see this, it's because they're separating it. A waste team will come to collect metals, a separate team, other than those who collect the rest of the stuff. So they said, not to worry, this is still going to be collected. So these are metal items. This is looks like a metal umbrella thingamajig. And then I don't know what those metal pieces are, but they're made of metal. And these are like some old tires that have like the metal rim and then some metal strips. And so DEH said, yes, they will be back. All right. So, yeah, get your stuff out there. Now, if you're in West Bay, like I said, you've missed quite a bit of it already. They've already gone through West Bay, Georgetown. They're in the Bordentown, Newland, Savannah area. Then they're heading this upcoming week now to North Side and East End. But I didn't have much stuff because, listen, this is the only stuff I have that isn't in my usual garbage and isn't taken away. And the lesson here is you don't have to rely on DEH to do your cleanup for you. There are times that I will call a cleanup truck. Remember the guy, Jason, and his team? He was on here with Woody Foster and the Beacon Farm folks talking about, the new food recycling program that they're going to be doing with Beacon Farm. So you can call him. They'll literally drop off a big dumpster basically for you. You can load it up with everything if you're spring cleaning or whatever, and they'll take it away. There are times when we have boxes in the attic. Sometimes you wonder, why do you keep this stuff? I don't know why I keep boxes. I do it all the time. There's a new headset that I'm going to try out for when I go cycling. And I'm like, oh, I'll keep the box just in case. I don't know. I guess if I want to resell it or something, like I still have the original boxes. I keep all the boxes for like my phones because I always resell my phones. I get premium price because everything, the cable's still in there. When they don't come with headphones anymore, but whenever they came with like cables, headphones, everything was still packaged like perfectly. People are like, oh my God, this is a brand new phone. So there are, people who are in the junk removal business. And sometimes when you do your spring cleaning, you take out your boxes and whatever, you can just give them a call and they'll take it away for you. They'll haul it away. So there you go. All righty. Someone's saying that Hunter also has a removal business. So there it is. Hunter saying Christmas cleanup was a tradition. Well, it's a habit that y'all got used to. Now you can get used to spring cleanup. I like spring cleanup even better. Okay. And again, you can do it yourself. You don't have to not clean up at Christmas time just because DEH isn't around the place. We have the beautiful and lovely Miss Mona Lisa Mead joining us this morning. Good morning, Mona Lisa.
Good morning. Why, thank you very much for that introduction. You made my day.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Like I said, you just made my day. I'm great. And I'm actually excited about what we're going to talk about in just a second.
And I should say, first of all, I think this is your first time on the program, right?
It is. Yes. I've been watching for years now. This is my first time. So I'm excited.
Welcome. Yes, absolutely. So good to have you here. Absolutely. And somebody just said, good morning, Mona. Yes, listeners, pay attention. And guess what, folks? Her birthday happened to have been this week as well.
Yeah, Saturday. I had a great time, actually. We had Sunday, but Saturday we had a little outing with some friends and we ran into you at Commander Base.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. So I'm starting to count backwards now, though. I'm getting there. So I count backwards.
Sweet 16 forever. What do they say? Like 25 plus another 25 years of experience.
Yeah, like 29 with 16 years or something like that. Something like that.
Yeah. Why not? Is that Jesus Baby Edwards? Good morning. Lots of people tuned in this morning. Close to 300 on social alone. Good to see you guys. So, Mona, we're going to be talking about Cayman Art Week, which is an event that's held every single year. So tell us a little bit about it. It's exciting that it's that time of year again.
Yes, it is. First of all, for people who are wondering, like, well, what does Mona have to do with Cayman Art Week? Well, I'm doing my own thing. I'm doing my own thing now, but I used to work with the National Gallery years ago, and Cayman Art Week is very it was so much fun for me to see it come to fruition, because it was something that I think Natalie and her team, few other people put together during the lockdown in 2020, when artists, of course, a lot of creators were having, struggling. They were really struggling during the lockdown. I mean, many of us were, but artists in particular, that you already hear that term, starving artists. Well, it got a little bit worse then, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
So they put together to be able to support the art community and to be able to give them a bit of a boost. So Cayman Art Week is sort of several different things happening at the same time, clearly, but for the most part, it's to showcase the talent that is of and within the Cayman Islands, to entice, new collectors, people who are moving to the island may not have been introduced to some of our artists. Some of them very prolific. A lot of wonderful Caymanian artists will be showcased during this week. And the week so this is the 4th year. The week takes place from the 22nd, which is today, up until the 26th, which is Sunday. And it's going to be more than 40 venues over all 3 islands that are involved in showcasing local art and connecting with artists. So it's a really fantastic event, first of all.
Yeah.
And it's huge.
This is fantastic. And I'm so glad that you sort of recognize that, being an artist is a very passionate, I guess I could say profession. But at the same time, it's one of those things that, the chances of you becoming a millionaire, I'm not saying it's not possible, but, people don't do it. Yeah, people are not in it for those types of accolades.
No, they're in it for the passion.
Yeah.
A lot of our artists, and I know this because again, I worked with the National Gallery as a communications and marketing manager there for 5 years, and before I went back to TV the second time, and it was something that I really, it's one of those things that has stuck with my heart because I've got to work with artists and realize that their love of what they're doing, their love of history or social commentary, or just making people feel good, or evoking some type of emotion, or trying to get out something. It's therapeutic for many of them. But a lot of our artists, and I can name a few, are just kind of bubbling over with it. It's something that is almost, you can't contain it, which is why they choose to go into art, right? Because if it's coming out everywhere, then why would you suppress something that is making you happy, that helps other people to feel good? And it's just right in front of your face. You need to grab at it. And some of those people are part of the Native Sons, which I can name right now. Randy Shillette, Miguel Powery, Chris Christian, Al Ebanks, Gordon Solomon, Nasari Saku, Nikki McCoy, who's no longer on island, but I'm sure she's listening. She listens to CMR now and then, so hopefully she's listening. But these are just some of the names that I can remember. David Bridgman, so many people, you know, and you see their art around the island, and sometimes you might take it for granted. But if we just had bare walls, or if we didn't have beautiful clothing or interesting, you know, glasses, designs, or hair accessories or jewelry, what would our life look like? You know, what would it would be kind of like,
it would be boring. It'd be having life in black and white instead of color.
Yeah, I actually kind of, it makes me kind of cringe to think about what life would be like without color, really and truly.
Yes.
So as you can tell, I'm very passionate about this subject and this event because it's so many days of just interesting things to see. And it's also meant to make art accessible to everybody, because there is this misconception that art is for only the collectors, for the people who, you know, have, you know, a little extra money or a little more liquid that they can buy things to just dress up their homes. But I have a piece of, I have my own pieces that I've written. I have a Christina McTaggart piece. I have a Nikki McCoy piece. I have a Gordon Solomon piece, and I look at them all the time. They're not big pieces, and maybe I don't have, you know, a big old collector's budget, but I look at these all the time, and I think it's right over there. It's a beautiful piece by Nikki McCoy I can see right now, and it makes me feel good because blue is my favorite color, and she did this entire series of blue faces, blue people. And I can remember this, which means it stuck out to me in my personal life, right? So having Art Week or having an event such as this that has over 40 different locations and 15 pop-up galleries, you know, like exhibitions will happen. 15 galleries are included, and 11 studios are included in this event. And you get to be able to see what's out there, and you know, you can actually speak with the artist directly. You can't really do that in larger places like New York or big cities where art is, you know, San Francisco and things like that. You go into a gallery, you see it, you may talk to the gallery owner or someone who works there. Here, you can actually stand up and have conversations with the artist, ask them why they did what they did, what was their inspiration, why they've been doing this for so long. And if you're interested in a piece, you can talk to them and say, hey, can I do a down payment, or you know, what can I do? How can we work this out? And it'll be something that you have in your life forever. And as many people know, art is something that grows in value over the years. So you can add that, you know, to your portfolio, for the lack of a better term. So it's for everybody. It's not just for you know, big collectors. I just want to remind people of that. You know.
Yeah. No. And let me let's back up a little bit, because I do want to talk about the love of art and what Art Week really has to offer everyone. But you kind of let it slip in there, Mona Lisa. A few people, like Debbie's like, oh my God, I love me some Mona. Miss Amelia, like she was missing you. She says, hi, long lost
Hi, Miss
Mona.
Amelia.
Happy belated
Hi,
birthday.
Miss Amelia. Hi, Debbie.
So you let it slip. You said, I'm doing my own thing, and you just kept going. I was like, wait a minute. We need to back up a little bit and acknowledge and properly understand what it was that you just said. So you said you're doing your own thing. This means that you're an entrepreneur now? Is that correct?
I am, yeah. So that's why you're seeing me pop up at hosting different events and you know, hearing me on the radio more, because I'm you know, those I'm working with different entities, and I'm very blessed to have people who support me and who believe in me, and I'm grateful to just be here and to try to, and this is what I want to do, support and promote Caymanian art, Caymanian heritage, Caymanian culture. So those are the events you'll see me working with. I support events planners, I can do voiceovers and different content creation. And I thought, okay, well, why not now? Like, what am I waiting on? So that's why I'm here.
Okay. So tell us what's the name of your company?
Creative Concierge, but I'd like to stick to Cayman Art Week if I can.
Yeah. We just want to know. I mean, you're here with the face, and people might think, does she work with Cayman Art Week? But they're one of your clients, basically.
Right. So I'm doing the promotions for them on a lot of radio. There's a lot of work that goes into this. A lot of
I think people don't realize all of these amazing events.
Yeah. So being able to hand over some of the promotion, some of the talking, if you will, to someone else to be able to take that on, it helps them a lot, because especially with these early morning events, they're rushing to get to the office or to the gallery or to work with artists to make sure that their exhibition is correct and up and running. Like today, the event opens at the gallery. It's a opening event with, I guess, invited guests and different persons coming out this evening just to give it a kickoff, sort of a meet and greet. And here it is, Cayman Art Week, once again, 2024. And then tomorrow, there's going to be the Cayman Art Week West route, which is all along the 7 Mile Beach corridor. So tomorrow is Thursday, the 23rd of May. I just want to remind that there's 6 stops and 10 venues tomorrow. And when I say stop, that is, I want to let people know it's a free hop off bus that is running along, doing a loop right around 7 Mile Beach that you can jump onto from 6 to 9 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. And then there's another one that is on Friday, that is the Cayman Art Week Central, or in Georgetown Central, and that's in conjunction with, called Art in the City, sort of a happy hour that starts at 5, and then the buses start running at 6. That will take people around, and that's on Friday. And then then there's Cayman Art Week West, which is the Saturday event, that takes people to East, and everything is free, by the way. All of you pay nothing to go to these events. The only thing you're going to have to pay for is the bus ride to the East on Saturday, and that's 8 stops. They have 8 stops and 8 venues, going from the National Gallery. They stop at the National Gallery, and then you hop on there, you park there, and you go up through Pure Art Gallery all the way up to Artisan Gallery. I think up to, I can't remember where that is now, but I believe it's up at, the map is actually online at caymanartweek.com, but they go up past breakers for sure. So you clearly want to pay the bus driver and for the gas to do that. And again, it's $10, so it is accessible. And again, as I mentioned, this is a time for us to connect with our own gallery, our own artists, with new galleries that are opening or have opened, and to see some artwork that is phenomenal and is in and of the Cayman Islands. Cayman, an art week like this isn't new. There's one in Antigua, I believe there's some in New Zealand, like all over the world. But the fact that we have it now, the other aspect to this is that we get to now promote our artists, and it's the more that it grows, the more support it receives. Our art now, or this can turn into a tourism pillar, a pillar of our tourism, which means drawing people here for arts tourism, the same way we do for concerts or music or those sporting events like Jet Around Cayman and things like that. So that's another part of something that's close to my heart, is supporting and promoting Caymanians and showcasing our islands. So what better way to do it by coupling something that I love?
Yeah,
being able to these artists.
No, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's a really great event. Last year, I took the bus. I went to the Art in the City. We did the happy hour. They have partners where they have drinks and food, and all of this is free. And you just grab some, talk to some people. Oh, I want to just mention this. We had some really wonderful fashions. So this is a really fun time too to come out. Like if you want to just express yourself, beautiful color, if you have nice makeup or other things you want to show off, like this is a nice event, the happy hour event. I saw a lot of ladies dressed up, and some of the guys too, like 3-piece suits and things like that, like showing off their artistic flair. And these are all Caymanians. This wasn't like a bunch of people from somewhere else. We are enjoying what we have, and we're showcasing who we are, and our love for our friends and families who are artists. And it's such a great event. The museum is going to be open as well on the Friday, on the so let me jump back to the 23rd. So tomorrow, Thursday the 23rd, the route, as I mentioned, is the 7-mile beach corridor between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. So you can actually go up to Cayman Bay, and then the stops will include, let me read this out so I get it properly. The Hub Gallery pop-up exhibition that's happening at Cayman Bay. Also at Cayman Bay is the gallery by Jason Kennedy and Janine Every. That's a new gallery that opened last year during Art Week. There was their launch. And so they're 1 year into this now. John Broad will be showcased at Abacus Restaurant. Ruby Marr will be at Union Grill. And then you go off into the bus off to Galleria Plaza, where Joe Austin will be at Ledger and Loom. So they've actually created some of her art, from what I understand, in some of the rugs that they've actually made. So at Ledger and Looms, that's Galleria Plaza. And then Sarah Tan will be at Quintessential. That's also in Galleria Plaza. Then Buckingham Square, you get on the bus again, go off to Buckingham Square. Janine Scrivens will be at Carrie's Karma Closet. Another awesome place to go and look at styles and fashions and things like that, because it's really, really a fun thrift shop there, but with a higher end clothing. So it's going to be fantastic to pair fashion with art, again, as I mentioned. The Kennedy Gallery, of course, has been around for many, many years. I think they're probably over 30 years old, and they're at the West Shore Center. So there'll be pop-up art showing there. The Visual Art Society will be at Piccolino's, which is in the old Margaritaville showcase location. And then you're going to go all the way down closer to the new Hotel Indigo at the Grove for the Carlos V. Garcia Gallery. And you might know Mr. Carlos because he has done a few murals, and his work is quite interesting as well. And that's just Thursday evening. So good thing you gave me a half an hour to talk about this. So that's just Thursday evening. Literally. And then Friday, Art in the City, which is kind of the fun happy hour thing. And there's more space all along Cardinal Avenue. That's in conjunction with the Georgetown Revitalization Committee under the Ministry of Agriculture, Planning, Infrastructure. And that is the Friday night. So again, 5 to 7 p.m. is a happy hour. Then you can jump onto the bus between 6 and 9. And I'll tell you now, there's part of that is a walking tour, because the year before last, we actually walked through Georgetown and we went up, I think it was parcel 110. Then we went up to Al Ebanks's gallery on Shedden Road. So this is a really great event. I really sold on what this does and how this promotes our own people. I really love this event. So I'm hoping that people will get as excited as I am and come and join us. Definitely will be there on Friday evening myself. And on Friday, during Art in the City and around Central, or Cayman Art Week Central, is Ngara Galleries. Guy Harvey Gallery will be open. Claire at the Beach Studio. 3 Girls in a Kiln. Martlet Studios. Goodness pop-up with Martina Jackson. I don't know if you know where Goodness is, but that's like right across from Royal Bank. Lavelle Restaurant, which is a smooth sailing exhibition. Island House will have a pop-up exhibition. Art Nest Studio will be open. Mutiny on the Block After Hours Street Art event with Jawara Aline, Josh Pearl, and Stefan Langlois. That's one I want to really see, because I am so happy to see Jawara back on island. You know, he's a Caymanian designer, and again, fashion and art go hand in hand. And I'm looking forward to meeting with him on Friday. The Wicket at the Cricket Square with Babity Barwick and Linda McCann. Miss Babs. Cayman Islands National Museum, as I mentioned, will be open. They have that new exhibition now with this based on Emancipation Day. We Be Free, I think it is. And that's a great one to go take a look at as well. Paperman's will have a pop-up again in Midtown. If you go to Paperman's, you know there's always art in their stores. So that's just a given. And then Sand on Feet Gallery, which is in the same plaza as Digicel and Waffle Monkey. Your favorite place.
Yes. Ooh, honey child.
I know it's a little boring. I have to go through the list. So if you don't want to hear me, you need to go online.
It's all online. Yes.
CaymanArtWeek.com.
Yes. And they also have a Facebook page, Cayman Art Week.
And
you can check them out.
Instagram as well.
And Instagram. Yeah.
So
they have the board schedule. It's a lot of stuff.
It really is. And that's, we haven't even gone into Saturday yet, you know. So the other thing is, if you go out and when you go and you take your friends out to have a great time, you can pop out to any one of these things between 6 and 9 p.m. in the evening, take photos, hashtag them, make this a big deal, because we do want to promote the Cayman Islands art, and we want to promote our artists, and we want to showcase who we have and who we are in different ways, because there's so many different types of art. There's abstract, there's textured art, there's textiles, there's pop art, there's using recycled art, there's fashion, as I said, it's watercolors, it's madness, ink, so many things that might interest you, that even if you think, I don't know, that's not for me, you might see something that actually interests you and starts a conversation, because art is meant to create conversation, it's meant to have you thinking, and it's also meant to make you feel good. Like I said, there's lots of purposes for visual arts and fine arts, and I just, everywhere I go, I notice color, and I think that there's a lot of people like me who would be interested in seeing this. But let me just say this too, you don't have to wait until 6 p.m. to do this. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, well, this evening they're doing the opening event tonight at the gallery, at the National Gallery on Esterly Tibbetts Highway, from 7 to 9. The event then Thursday morning, as soon as the gallery is open, if you have a lunch hour, if you want to pop out, if you want to grab a lunch and walk around some of these galleries wherever you are, if you're working in Camana Bay, if you're working at West Shore or Galleria, pop out and take a look at these events, because you can walk in anytime. And that's the blessing about this, is that it's sponsored. We have Cayman Art Week has several wonderful partners who support this and is making this free for everybody. So take your children. Yep. Take your children if you have kids who are interested in that. Thank you for showing amazing pictures, by the way.
I love it. And children have I think that art gives them a way to express themselves just like adults, and you'd be surprised the things that sometimes I've seen my little 7-year-old draw, and immediately based on what she's drawn, I can tell what kind of mood she's in. Like, exactly. She's feeling upset about something. Like, she'll do a whole, it's a way, it's literally a way of communicating. And
it really is.
Yeah. I mean, she'll bring something and I'm going, oh, why does this person have a little sad face? Like, let's talk about it. And it really just opens up a conversation, which,
yeah. And I'm glad you said that, because that kind of likens to me saying that people pour themselves into their artwork because it's therapy for them. Some people just literally through music, you could have the worst day and you listen to one song and, for me, it's like cast the band and I'm like, that's it, I'm good, So music, all of these things, if we didn't have it, it's a part of the fabric of our lives. You know what I mean? So we have to make sure that we pass this on and allow our families and our children to see what's here. And if you travel, if you go anywhere, stop into a gallery. It doesn't cost you anything to just walk in and see the world from different points of views, So it's really,
absolutely. And there's so many amazing. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, if I can talk about Saturday.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But let me just say this really, really quickly. There's so many amazing artists out there. You talked about all the different genres. Some people do like oil and canvas. There are people who specialize in things. And then a lot of artists, some are into sculptures. They love to experiment as well. So a lot of artists push the boundaries. They don't do just what they're comfortable with. They might master a particular type of art. And then you'll find that they start to explore and do other things. I mean, I love Al because, he does photography. He'll do like sculptures and, he'll do all sorts of stuff.
And huge pieces. He's like really big minded. I like to see his work actually. Gigantic. He'll have a canvas the size of an entire wall, or he'll have a statue that's 3, 6, or 9 feet tall. And it's. I really do. I'm glad you brought Al up in that way, because again, he's multi-talented, right?
Absolutely.
And there's so many. Like I said, there's pointillism, there's drip work, there's abstract work. I mean, sometimes people will say to me, well, why did the artist just paint something that was just all red? And I'm going, yeah, but there's brush strokes on there that say something else. It's not just like one stroke. So, or it might be a dot of something, and that might be what the person was thinking about and trying to conceal some of their emotions or something. But again, it's so subjective that you can come up with this wild idea of what you think the piece means. And you kind of then surprise yourself by what you're feeling looking at the piece, you know. So Cayman Art Week is, again, it's one of my new favorite things to do. I'm going to try to attend as much as I can within my own schedule, but I really hope that a lot of people come out this year, because again, this is something that is for us, by us, of us. And of course, welcoming all those people who are new Caymanians and who are living on this island, who also just share their work and want to make the world a more beautiful place, right?
Absolutely. And we're looking at some pieces here. This is the home there in South Sound. Miss
Lassie's house, Mind's Eye.
Yes. And I remember touring that. Oh gosh, that's been a couple years now when they did the opening. And I mean, she was prolific. And what I found most interesting is she was a late bloomer. So,
yeah, she started in her 60s. I knew Miss Lassie. I had the honor of knowing her. Not well, but I had met her on many occasions. And she was such a quiet, just soft-spoken lady that when I talk about her too, it's just like she was like sort of like a grandmother, you know what I mean? Someone you love, and when I talk about her, I talk about her with this love and this sense of understanding that she, as a, I don't want to say frail, but as a older person, who started just to paint her dreams and on everything, she became quite wealthy in promoting her, not even really promoting it, but because people saw her as an intuitive artist, she just took her thoughts and put them on canvas. And the canvas was her door, as you can see, her windows, her ceiling, and then of course she was gifted canvas, and her artwork, I think, lives in places like Germany, throughout Europe. I think some of those pieces were gifted back to the Cayman National Cultural Foundation, which is the owns the home and is the caretaker of her property as well as her artwork. And those pieces, including the Mind's Eye, belongs to the people of the Cayman Islands. Wow. Like, I don't know if people realize it, that is ours. Pedro Castle is ours. Botanic Park is ours. It is ours. So we must be proud of it. We must be proud of the people who gave Cayman a name in many different ways, not just the Salida Ebankses or the Grace Geely, Byers, or the Frankie Flowers, but also Gladwin, Lassie, Bush, and these are the things that that makes my heart pump, and opens my eyes to what we are and who we are and why we're supposed to be celebrated. And here's another piece by Stoked. I love their pieces. That actually is at Vida in West Bay, in the new boutique hotel. So people who are coming to these new places are seeing art that's created here in Cayman, and that actually is made up of newspaper or magazines that are just cut out. So when you go close to that, you can actually see that the shading is actually cut from different magazines with ton of yellow, or red or blue.
Oh my gosh, they're so talented, and I love to see artists who find their partners in life who are also artists. You know what I mean? Because oftentimes, I think when you have a particular passion, it's hard to find other people that you can share that passion with, but then you're also like them, so you can be in a relationship with them, you know what I mean?
Let's face it, as a creative person myself, it's sort of like you're kind of in a madness when you start to hyper focus on what you want to do. You need to have someone who understands, okay, leave them alone during their moment. Don't interrupt their thought process, because there's a method to the madness. And having a partner who is creative and supports that is very, very important when you're an artist.
Yeah, and I have one of Pamela's pieces in my house, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I really want one of the Stoked pieces for sure. You also showed Shilpa Tagal Paliwar just now, and Shilpa has been living here for many years now. And I want to just give a shout out to Miss Shilpa, because when I first met Shilpa, I was actually working for TV, and we went to do we were doing a segment called Artisan Rhythms, and she had painting with coffee. And that's how I was introduced to coffee painting. I had never known that people used coffee. Yeah. And then because of that little piece that we did where we showcased her and other artists, other musicians and poets and things like that, and this little piece that came on 27 during that time, we were able to encourage her to do more art. And to this day, she continues to she has her own business. So I'm just saying that you can love art and you can create and you can be prolific to the point of making your own business and making this a viable career choice for you, especially in the Cayman Islands. And because we have a tight knit, it's a small community, let's face it, but we have a tight knit artistic community. You can learn, you can network, and this is a great event for that. So if there's any young artist like this beautiful lady being shown here, I don't know her, but I would love to see what piece, what she came up with this piece. We do have, again, we saw the lady with the potter's wheel right there making some type of pottery, and these are things that exist. And let's not forget, Caymanians alone were very creative and very artistic with their thatch artistry. Thatch roofs alone. I mean, not unlike any other Caribbean community where they had, influences from African and Amerindian influences with how we did things. But that was utilitarian. We created those pieces of art to use specifically during our daily work, farming or planting, whatever we did. And those pieces of art today remain as part of our identity. So art isn't just a thing that's sitting on the side that's, this is a little bit of fluff, oh yeah, let's just paint our house this color because it's cute. No. Art is actually a part of our fiber, our existence in life. From the days of cavemen, they were painting pictures on the walls. So we have to remember how important art is. Yes, this is one event here in Cayman Islands, but we have so many amazing galleries that are around now. We have other events that include artists, and I would love to encourage everyone, again, all of my people, to go out and just, if you're visiting here and you're listening to the show, go see what's happening this week. It's from the 22nd, which is tonight, all the way until the 26th. You have free access to any of these pop-up events. You can go online to their website, caymanartweek.com, see all of what's happening, check out the pop-up shows, check out the exhibition spaces, check out the galleries, and take the bus tours. They're free. Step up and ask, meet with the artists, ask them questions. This is your opportunity. And this piece alone, that is a wonderful piece to showcase. If people aren't able to see it if they're driving in their cars, it's a woodworking piece that is using the different colors to create geometric shapes on a cabinet. And it's, light wood, medium tone wood, and dark wood painted or varnished in different colors and put together in such a way that, I couldn't do that. If I sat with the artist, maybe I could, but
beautiful.
But I didn't. I looked at it and go, wow, somebody thought about that. Yeah. I remember seeing a piece years ago in a gallery, someplace in the US, and it was made out of toothpicks. It was like a giant car, like a Ford Model T car from Ford, like their original car, made out of toothpicks. And someone said, oh my God, like it's made out of toothpicks. Like, that's weird. And I'm going, no, but think about all of the energy it took to think it up, dream it up, figure out how to do it, and then actually execute that it's sitting there in front of us as a actual car that I could, if it wasn't so fragile, I could have sat in it because it was so huge. It was an actual life-size Model T car made out of toothpicks. Who dreams that up but an artist, right?
Yes. No, it's amazing.
It really is.
I was just sitting here thinking about the Ebanks brothers as well.
Matthew and Mark?
Yes, every event I go to, I see them with their amazing, artwork on display. So this is a good opportunity to support all types of different artists. So I want to encourage everyone to definitely show you some furniture pieces now. But
but I just want to go back to Mark and Matthew for a minute. They have grown so much. Their journey has been a long one. They've been doing art since I could remember. They were little, but the work has gotten so much better over the years because of the support and the encouragement of the people who purchase their work and continue to let them push on and they're able to now buy different types of tools to be able to increase their knowledge and how they do things. And I actually was gifted, I'm so grateful, a portrait by, I believe it was Matthew that gifted me a portrait of myself and my husband a few years back. It was done in pencil crayon and ink. And I think, we should very much encourage all of the types of art that is here. And as you're showing now pieces of art made out of probably driftwood or cut, I'm not sure what type of wood that is, but literally carved into benches. Is that, who is that one? I don't recall that.
Oh gosh, I'm pulling them all up, so I'm not even looking at who the artists are, but
There's so many names are on the tip of my tongue, but it's so many names, so many artists.
So many amazing pieces. I mean, look at this, folks. Isn't that gorgeous?
That's Renata Sefer with her white dog and her teal. I love her work because every single painting she has peach and teal in it. And those are my, Caribbean pop of colors. Peach, teal, and her white dog. So the White Dog Gallery is actually one of the places you'll be able to go on the Cayman Art Week East tour, which we have yet to talk about, but that's on Saturday, where you only pay $10 to go on the bus tour, and you'll be able to see Renata Sefer's work. I really, really love her work, and she displays all sorts of Caribbean images like that, and that actually reminds me of downtown on the wall there by Mr. Arthur's and close to the fish. So this is what art does. It depicts parts of our humanity, parts of our lives, and it immortalizes them so it'll never die. So if anything ever happens, or if any development ever came or a hurricane washed away that wall, we would have a memory of it because so many artists, painted those scenes.
Yes.
And again, I'm not sure who the artist is on this one, but I can see that this is a small, Caymanian homes.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Good morning, Miss Sandra, and good morning, my darling. Dear friend, Miss Mona Lisa.
Hello, good morning to you.
This is Ramiria.
Hi,
I know who it is. Hi, Miss Ramiria.
My gosh. We meet on so many different platforms,
Yes,
that is so true.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that you were into art, but I called this morning. Have you ever heard about the artists that do the mini sculptures? I never heard you say anything about that. He do sculptures in a needle eye.
No, I don't. I have not heard of him. But see, this is what it's all about. It's about sharing.
I knew him for years, and to be honest, at one stage he wanted me to try to get him here at the museum. He is known for his mini sculptures. You can look him up. He's online. He was awarded by the Queen before she died.
Is he a Cayman artist?
No. He's out of the UK, but to be honest, I think he had Jamaican, he's a British artist, and I believe he had Jamaican parents, or he was born in the UK by Jamaican parents.
Okay, wow.
But you can look him up, and it's very and extremely interesting. His name is Willard. Willard Wiggins.
Yes, I actually see it. I'm online now. I'm looking him up right now.
Yes, yes.
I see it. It's very interesting.
When I tell you,
oh my gosh, he actually uses a microscope to create his pieces.
Yes.
They're so tiny.
Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you this, Ms. Ramelia. I'll tell you this, and for anyone who's interested, you can actually reach out to the National Gallery of the Cayman Islands, and they have an exhibition, I guess what do you call it, an application, where if you're interested in showcasing your work, you have to go through, a little bit of time, and you have to showcase what it is, take images and whatnot. But they have an application form that if you want to have an exhibition with them, they will add you to that list, and then you never know, maybe they can receive sponsorship for that and bring him down and to showcase his work, or maybe they'll do it through photography. But there is such a platform to be able to showcase your work. Now, I will say, from the time I was working there at the gallery, that there is quite a bit of a waiting list because, again, Cayman is small. We have a large community of artists, but I'm sure that this is something that you can speak to the management there. Ms. Natalie Urquhart is the director of the National Gallery and CNCF, and through that process, I think you'd be able to maybe showcase his work.
Yeah, I think he is the only one in the world that does this. And if you read up on how he actually started, let me tell you, it is so interesting. If you read up on how he got started, he was slow, couldn't read and write in school, couldn't learn, and he decided to run away and drop out of school. So, people can read up on it, and it's very interesting.
Autism and dyslexia and learning differences were not accepted at the time he was a little boy, so he turned to art. I'm looking at the website right now. Thank you so much for introducing me to him.
Okay, I'm going to leave you. I know you have a lot to get through, but at least you can look into it.
Yeah, I know that's
okay, Mona.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate you calling and teaching me about somebody new. That is exactly what this Cayman Art Week is about. He mightn't be a part of this exhibition or this event, but this is exactly the purpose of Cayman Art Week, to showcase our art and maybe someone who knows one or two different artists that we don't know, we'll learn something new. So thank you so much for being a part of this conversation.
Absolutely. Wow. That's amazing. So his work looks amazing.
Yeah, it does. I'm gonna after this, I'm gonna have to do a deep dive into his. Thank you again, Ms. Ramilia.
I mean, again, we talk about people who may not have what we consider like quote unquote traditional career paths. No, he's not going to become a doctor or a lawyer, and that's not for everybody, thank God. Because what would the world be if we only had doctors and lawyers, right?
Exactly.
But I love the fact that I mean, look at this. People do jewelry. They do.
I forgot about jewelry.
Yeah. I mean, how can you?
Needlework. I mean, think about the French puffs and quilts that our grandmothers used to make, or so again, fashion design, sewing, but even the string work here. Some people do wrap work where they would take a branch and wrap it with embroidery string. Caitlin Elphinstone comes to mind here in Cayman. But there's a lot of people might even recognize the name Joanne Sibley. A lot of her work was in the hospitals. Margaret Barwick, Babette Barwick is her daughter, who's going to be exhibiting. I believe that's her daughter. She's exhibiting during this Cayman Art Week as well at the Cayman Bay show. Or I may have gotten that wrong, but she's exhibiting. So there's so many different names. Like Margaret Barwick was the lady who designed the garden of the now new National Gallery. I mean, it's been a while. We were there when we moved in 2011. But without Miss architecture or landscaping architecture, that's also a type of art. Guy Harvey is a conservationist scientist, Dr. Guy Harvey, my apologies. And he created an entire brand out of his artistic drawings, Now we can photograph the science, but back in the day, you had to draw them, And that's where he honed in his artistic, his talent. So many names that you might know that you don't even realize have been a part of the tapestry of, creating this beauty that is Cayman through art. Like you said, not everybody can be a lawyer or a doctor. We want them, we need them. But we also want to support and promote the people with other talents, Here we go, painting on ceramics, on glass, like Kara's art glass garden. I'm not sure of this lady. I don't know every single artist, and it makes me upset that I don't know everyone. But I do have quite an extensive network of arts, friendships because of my time at the gallery. And this week I'm going to be introduced to new ones, and I find that very interesting. So look at these beautiful pieces.
Yeah, I know it's absolutely amazing. I'm showing as many as I can on the screen to visually entice our people to get out there.
There's Gabby Wheaton. Gabby Wheaton she's really amazing. She actually teaches courses at the National Gallery as well. If you're interested, they have an education, arm of the National Gallery. And she does a lot of pencil work or drawings with pencil charcoals, and her pieces are amazing. And, she's one of those who's very quiet, but when you see her artwork, it's like big. It just, kind of hits you in the face going, oh my God, did she draw that, or is that a painting? So again, these are all people who you might have went to school with or grown up with too. They're all doing these things quietly on the side. Come out and support all types of art. And I'm I think that's a metal work. I think that is artisan metal. I cannot remember. Mr. Kazali, I think his name is.
Yes, I've seen these, especially this piece, which is amazing.
Oh, yeah. That is very cool. Wow, a lot of welding, right? Lionfish. And using the colors of the burnt welding, the heat of the welding on the metal to showcase the spots of the lionfish. See, those are things that only an artist can think of, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love it. All right. So, folks, listen, Cayman Art Week here again, 2024. Don't miss this amazing opportunity to see just the wealth and breadth of what Cayman has to offer in terms of, yes, artists.
Sorry, I just want to say this. We didn't get to tell people where they can go on Saturday during the bus tour to East, Cayman Art East. Can I quickly say that?
Sure.
So again, we have these curated bus tours. This one is going to leave the National Gallery at 10 a.m. and it's returning at 3 p.m. on Saturday, the 25th of May. Reservations, of course, are required, and you can do that by booking online at eventpro.ky, and it's only $10. The venue for Cayman Art East on Saturday is you go to Miss Lassie's house, the Mind's Eye. You're going to go see Ian McCrae at Graham Bella's. You're going to go to the Visual Arts Society at the Watler House and Peter St. James. You're going to see Kay Smith's gallery and studio, White Dog Art in Breakers. I spoke about Renata Seffer, the Artisan Gallery, and then, of course, the National Gallery of the Cayman Islands, where you're going to start and you're going to finish. But you can go even further east than that. In the Sister Islands, we also have 5 different galleries who are participating. And that is, so if you're in the BRAC and you're hearing us now, just know you're not left out. So Gordon Solomon Studio, Simone's Art Gallery, Simone Scott, she does a lot of digital artwork as well. And she's written a book, authored a book with Alta Solomon as well, Gordon Solomon's wife. So Simone's Art Gallery in the eastern part of the island. Gordon Solomon's studio is in West End. Seahorse Boutique and Gallery, the Little Cayman Museum, and Debbie Trushan's studio, The Art of Living. That's also Little Cayman. So again, so many things to do. Just if you want to tour by yourself, take the map that's online. Again, the website is CaymanArtWeek.com. Anywhere you see any of those flags with a red dot, that's a participating gallery or studio. Just pop in, stop by. And the red dot, as you know, symbolizes in the art world a piece that has been sold. So really and truly, it's participating. So you can see that red dot that's showcasing participating exhibition space. It's going to be so great and a wonderful time too to buy artwork. If you are a collector or you're interested in purchasing such a range of options, for all types of budgets, whatever your collection budget may be, and maybe you're not even sure what you want to do, again, have a conversation with the artist, talk to them and let them know that you're interested in pieces. You never know what can come about from that.
Absolutely beautiful. All right. So folks, Cayman Art Week is here, launching really today through the 26th. Please check out their social media pages, check out their website. They have it's so amazing what's out there. You won't know until you go and you see it, right? Speak to the artists. I'll tell you that in our home, we made a point last year to really invest. We had some pieces before, like I said, from Pam, because funny enough, I'll tell you the story with Pam, is her daughter and my daughter are like the same age, and they were tiny tots together in daycare. And ironically, I saw a piece at Cafe del Sol, not Cafe del Sol. What's the one in Pastoral Place called? Coffee.
Full of Beans. It used to be Full of Beans.
It used to be Full of Beans, yes. And they have artwork on the wall. And I saw a piece in there that I really fell in love with. It's a woman and like a parrot, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. And I'm like, I gotta have that. And I said, well, who's the artist? And when they told me, I was like, I know Pam. Exactly. She does that? Oh my God. So I reached out to her and we arranged, and she had it delivered. And I've been trying to get her to do a companion piece for me for the other side of the wall, because I feel like it's been sitting there all by its lonesome. But then
this is a good week to do that.
Yes. Then I always see, when I go to some of the other events, Mr. Donovan Sewell, who does amazing stuff. And so I went to his home gallery in Prospect, and I picked out a piece for every single room. And there's this huge Mona Lisa. I'm going to invite you over just to see the piece on the wall. There's this huge lionfish piece on my hallway wall, which, as long as we've had this house, it's been bare and empty, because I was like, I don't know what to put there. It's such a long wall. It needs a big piece. And this is like an amazing piece. I'm not showing it on here. I'm just saying It's an
A
amazing
big piece, a big piece or mini piece.
It's a lionfish, and it's gorgeous. And it works really well. And I was so he's originally from Jamaica, but I was so glad to be able to, every single room has a little something from a local artist. I bought. You know who else I have bought stuff from? I go to, you guys know I love Thai Orchid. I go there all the time, and I'm always fascinated by the owner. She's an artist. Yeah, I'm always fascinated by the things that she does. So she went through her love phase, which was all these heart pieces. And so I actually purchased one of those heart pieces for my daughter, and that's in her room.
Nice.
So
That's
yeah,
nice.
I mean, listen, you don't have to be rich. You don't have to have a huge budget to be able to support local artists. Sometimes you talk to them, you fall in love with a piece. They are more than happy to let their pieces live in like a real environment, in businesses, in the hallway at work, in your room, in your workspace, your offices, whatever. So just talk to them, and they'll work it out for you.
Exactly. And on that note, I wanted to just, if I may publicly thank Horacio Esteban. I don't know if you can see this piece. He actually gifted me this little cat boat with a thatch sail.
Nice.
Yeah, it's so pretty. And this was, I mean, it's not only is it a beautiful piece, it lives in our cabinet or in our shelf here, as a part of making our room beautiful. But because of the heritage of my grandfathers, before me, my father, all seamen, this piece kind of sits in my heart. And he gifted me this piece, and I didn't ask for it. I was just in his gallery looking around. He's like, you know what, Mona, you can have this. This was several years ago, where he actually had his gallery in the old Margaritaville Hotel. He had his gallery there several years ago now. And you just never know what can happen. I'm so grateful to you, Horacio, if you're listening. I really, really love this piece. I look at it quite often. Again, my grandfather's passed, my great grandfather passed in the war. And these kind of, pieces are sentimental to me. And he, I just said I loved it, and he gave it to me. You just never know. I'm not saying that every artist is going to give you something, but you can cultivate relationships, as you just spoke about. And these are people who live on this island. You don't have to wait months. You can walk up to their house and knock on their door, give them a phone call, email them directly.
For sure. Jim says, excellent representative to promote Cayman Art Week. I feel Mona Lisa's energy.
Thank you.
Symphonies of the Reefs says, if you want to know what our culture consists of, art is definitely one of them.
There it is.
So living in a beautiful, diverse island, art is limitless. Absolutely wonderful. Symphony says, I love painting sailboats and environmentally conscious scenery in my art, mainly palette knife and acrylic.
Yes, exactly. There's so many types of art that I personally like, and I know I'm only talking about it from my perspective, but it's the only way that I can get across to people, from my own experience with artists, from my own experience of how I felt when I saw pieces. Like one of my favorite pieces, I can't remember the name of it exactly, but Davin Ebanks, Pastor Ali Ebanks' son, he works in art, in glass, and he is part of the National Collection at the National Gallery, and it has the different heads of the skull of the turtle, and the drawing of a catboat schooner, like the plans of a catboat. And like, if you have not seen that piece, go in and look at that. That's glass that he had to, mold and create in a way that makes it look all white and opaque. And I'd never seen anything like that. And then he had other pieces that were blue and looked like waves actually moving. And you're like, how do you make glass turn into waves? These are the artistry alone, and again, telling the story of our culture and heritage, as that last commenter said, it's all there. And we're not unlike any other place in the world. We all over the world, humans tell their story through artistic ways. And I think that if you're not coming out, at least pop up to one of the Art Nest classes, or Cara's Glass Garden, or Three Girls in a Kiln, or join the Visual Arts Society, so that you can start getting some of your artistic traits out, and you can take your own artwork home and then enjoy that every day. So Cayman Art Week is just, again, a part of the tapestry of what Cayman art is like. And the National Gallery, again, is, the sort of the conduit for all of that. And we appreciate all of our sponsors and all of our supporters, including the gallery patron, Mrs. Susan Oldie, who has supported the gallery from day one. All types of arts. Yet, if I may, some of the partners, Camana Bay, Cricket Square, Majestic Tours, Real Life Caribbean Magazine, the Ministry of Tourism and Ports, the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development for the Georgetown Revitalization's involvement on Friday evening's event. Like we're just really grateful. I personally am inviting every single person out who can hear my voice right now. And if you're just as excited as I am, or I've helped you felt my energy and you feel excited about it, please come out and support Caymanian artists and art that's within and made of and depicting Cayman. Please.
Thank you so much, Mona. Lots of people really enjoying this segment. I like this suggestion. The government offices should display the artwork. One of the interesting things, really,
several do showcase artworks.
I was going to say this has been done because a couple of years ago I went to one that was held on the Smith Road Center. I think is that Smith Road Plaza, that building where the HSA occupies a large part of it. So the HSA in that building, and I think even at their main campus, has a lot of local artists and lots of local artwork. It was a collaboration between them and the National Gallery. Ms. Oldie was there. And yes, so they have a lot of pieces on display. So you gotta make sure you're paying attention, because I think sometimes we walk into a space that is beautiful and that has artwork on the wall and we're like walking with blinders and we don't see it. So open up your eyes. There's a lot of amazing things around you.
I do know that the Ritz-Carlton also did a renovation a couple of years back, and they also included quite a number of local art pieces in their rooms. I'm not certain about the new hotel, but I do know.
To their lobby area, they have local artists, local artwork on the wall and stuff as well. And I'm sure Indigo has also incorporated. I haven't been inside of Indigo yet, but I'm sure
I haven't been either. But I did see an artist painting the ceiling. There was some images on social media.
Speaking of murals and painting of ceilings and stuff, Camana Bay. I was very, very impressed when they, where the new CNB across from Foster's, when they did that. It's like I saw them working on that. Every time I'd walk by, I'd go, oh my God, it's like getting this much more completed. And so, so there's art all around you. I think, Cayman Art Week gives you an amazing opportunity, folks, to be able to go out and enjoy a lot of the local art scene, get to meet the artists. Big shout out to all of the individuals who are involved in this event. It takes a lot of people, more than 40 different venues across all 3 islands to really pull this off. It's huge. About maybe 3-4 weeks ago, I went into the Kennedy Art Gallery to actually purchase something, and they were there preparing and moving stuff around and making room for artists. I ran into the artist I was just telling you guys about, Mr. Donovan, at the what event was that? The Red Sky at Night. And he was saying to me, he was there literally painting a piece. And I said, oh my gosh, that looks so beautiful. He said, yeah, I'm working on some new pieces for Cayman Art Week. So everybody look forward to this. All of the artists look forward to it, putting their work out there. All the amazing galleries and venues that you can go and actually see the art and participate, do the hop on, hop off bus tours. Really go out there and support folks. CaymanArtWeek.com is the website. They're on Facebook. They're on Instagram. Yep. Cayman Revitalization Committee, also came on board with the ministry to promote some stuff there as well. Participate. Thank you, Miss Mona Lisa. Shaka Zulu.
Thank you, Auntie Sandy, for having us on for so long and taking time to showcase all of these amazing things and I can show my everything on your video.
All of our audience members are in there. They love it because the numbers kept going up, girls. So I know when they're into a conversation. So Shaka Zulu says, what a delightful spokesperson for Art Week. Very impressive Caymanian representing. Happy to see a local representing such a genre. Well, thank you, honey chick.
I'm so proud to be part of this. I gotta tell you. I mean, come on now. If you want me, go be Cayman. I gotta say, listen, no, we got to promote our own.
Absolutely.
I'm really proud, and thank you for that comment, Miss Shaka Zulu or Mr. Shaka Zulu.
I know. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but thank you, Mona Lisa Mead.
Thank you again.
And just tell me the name of your company and Creative Concierge.
Creative Concierge. Thank you, Sandra. I really appreciate that shout out. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. And you have a wonderful day. And I know I'll see you at some of the events.
I will. I'll see you there. And everybody else too. I hope.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, folks. Cayman Art Week. Go on out, honey chow, and have a fantastical time. We're going to make up some words occasionally. Where's Soka? Soka's sitting there going, Sandy, don't be encouraging these people to make up their own vocabulary now. All right. Appreciate that. Very, very exciting event. Again, the schedules kicking off really today. Tomorrow you can start all the bus tours, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, go out and support. It's amazing. All right, honey, chilling. Y'all good? Y'all chilling like a villain? Instagram? Everybody good over on IG? Yes, honey child. I see y'all over there behaving. I love when my Instagram folks behave. So, listen, I am going to leave out a little bit early today because I want to get to court. Some things going on that I need to keep y'all abreast of and update you guys. So let's do a couple. We're going to hit and run news stories. First of all, I really want to extend my prayers and thoughts to the family of Mr. I mean, at this point, it's Cayman, so everybody kind of knows, who the person is. Listen, I don't quite know. My heart is so heavy around this particular topic because I think that this is just such a horrific thing that has happened in our community. Mr. Ernie, CBC officer for over 20 years now, was viciously attacked, sadly, by one of our own. And he's now fighting for his life. My God, I don't know what has happened to our people. I don't know how we have gotten here. I mean, I have some ideas. These little bad boys in West Bay just need a good, you can't, in my heart, I know that you can't fight violence with violence. Like you have to listen to me. It just breaks my heart. I don't personally know Ernie. I've seen him around, but everybody says this guy is so quiet, the nicest guy, chill. He wouldn't hurt a fly. He didn't do anything to these dudes. I don't know what this is all about. They were probably drinking. He could have even just looked at them wrong, and all of a sudden, they just had an attitude or whatever. And I cannot believe that they actually left this man basically to die on the ground. There's some people who don't deserve, and I say this, understand the seriousness of this. They don't deserve to share the same air as the rest of us. They don't deserve to live freely in this community in any way, shape, or form. And this is a perfect example of someone and the people that did this who do not deserve to ever walk the same sidewalks, the same streets as good citizens. They are deplorable. How do you beat someone so severely that this poor man, Mr. Ernie, is now in the intensive care unit fighting for his life? And you guys know I have ears and eyes everywhere. And there are people who tell me that this man legitimately may not make it. How do you do that and put your head down on a pillow at night and actually sleep? I don't know. I don't know how you guys are so heartless. It's bad enough you're killing each other with your mix-up gang activity and fighting over God knows what stupidity. But to attack an innocent man who, I'm sure of it, what did he do? Might have told you were talking too loud, might have said, hey, the rest of us trying to have a little drink here. Can you, bring it down a notch or whatever? I don't get this. The good news is the person the police believe is responsible for this, and I'm hoping they've got CCTV footage, and this is going to be an open and shut case, has been arrested and charged with attempted murder. If anything happens to Mr. Ernie, then it's going to be a murder charge or manslaughter. And not for nothing, but we need to start increasing the sentencing for offenses like manslaughter. Because you guys see the difference in what you get if it's murder one, premeditated, plan, that sort of thing, versus manslaughter. Manslaughter is a lesser offense. And this is why, I saw some people making some comments about the discrepancy in some of the sentencing, where really that's because it is, they've been convicted of manslaughter, not murder. And so you have to really, really understand that there is legally a difference. What can happen, though, is our legislators can make some adjustments to that sentencing. Okay. So we had 2 young men aged 25 and 22, for example, who were found guilty in the murder or manslaughter, technically, of Mr. Elliott. This was a retired prison officer. Again, nice guy, minding his own business, just going to buy some numbers at the local barbershop. And he got caught in this, what looks like probably a robbery gone bad sort of situation, Mr. Harry. And so, they're going to get, I'm trying to remember how much, let me tell you how much time they got. What was he sentenced to? Nowhere near what he should have been sentenced to. 14 years. 14 years for taking somebody's life is nothing. Because when you do the reduction in time, they're only going to serve 60%. These guys are 25 years old. They're going to be out in their 30s with more than enough time to continue being a menace to society. And caller, turn down your radio for me. They're going to be out in more than enough time to continue being a menace to society and doing the most damage. They're going to be career criminals. I don't see any of them really turn their lives around. It's sad to say it, but not that I'm saying there's no hope for them. But unfortunately, that lies in their own hands. And, the record would reflect that very few of them are able to make any sort of a meaningful turnaround of their lives. So they're going to be out in 2-2s before you know it. 60% of 14 years is nowhere near enough. So our legislators, I believe, need to do a much better job of, indicating, pushing for and advocating for and actually passing legislation for higher sentences. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, honey child. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored beyond all measures. And
Yes, my
the
dear.
situation with the officer that got killed
Mhm.
in the barber shop, I think Commissioner Beans had need to be a part of that sentence, because we took this man around and show him all of these locations that they're selling illegal numbers. And find that they're just treating it as petty crime. But look at what came out of it, a huge crime. Petty crime always turns out to be huge crimes. That's why I believe in being proactive, nip it in the bud before somebody seriously get hurt. And we find a lot of that in our communities when we call police attention to things that are happening. Look at the situation last week where we have a son of a police officer continuously speeding, using Windsor Park as a racetrack. The police is aware of it, but they're gonna wait until this person kills somebody or harm somebody. They need to take petty crimes evolves into big, humongous crimes. Then they will be scrambling around the place asking for information
You
and
know what?
eyewitness.
Let me ask you a question here, right? I mean, I understand your point that the police commissioner should do more, but he is acting in the confines of the law. And let me just put this in context for you, right? He has actually said, and this was a big to-do in our cabinet and in the government building where they were carrying on and cursing out the governor and doing the most, the previous governor. This was brought up as a point of national security because of this case, right? The police commissioner, their position is, listen, this gambling situation is out of hand. The fines are like $100 and $25 for gambling offenses. We need legislation that sends a much clearer message that indicates gambling is not okay. It's ingrained in the society. It's embedded in the society to the point where I hear y'all talking about you're going to church and the person next to you like, oh yeah, what number played today? It is so accepted, right? So why aren't you addressing the people? I'm just asking you because you say the commissioner's to blame. Why aren't you addressing every single church member who's out there purchasing and buying numbers, every single pastor who hears the conversations in their churches and doesn't speak up and doesn't say, hey, you know, we can't condone gambling. This is a scourge of our communities. It's illegal, first of all. So you have community members who are professing to be Christians, but are sitting there engaging in unlawful behavior. Why aren't you talking to the MPs who got so upset when the police commissioner and the governor said that these things are being funded, the gambling industry is being funded by overseas, they believe by even some overseas organized crime entities, and you're allowing crime and criminals to come into your country who are involved in this whole number selling business. It is a multi-million dollar, easily a multi-million dollar business. There's a Caymanian that everybody knows. He is a multi-millionaire and he's made his millions off of gambling. He started legitimate businesses from illegal proceeds of gambling money, and the police have tried to catch him. They've taken him to court. A juror of our peers, most likely Caymanians or newer Caymanians, have let him walk out the door, and it's fine. I'll go for a drink afterwards. It's not a big deal. Our legislators, Chris Saunders and other ministers, sit there and cuss out the governor over his support of the RCIPS, that Parliament needs to take this more seriously and do something about it. Maybe you need to be addressing those things and those individuals who are allowing this to be a welcome scourge in our community.
Well, honey child, for the record, I attend Church of God Universal, and we do not condone. I not have any knowledge of any one of our church members condoning into gambling.
I'm
Buying
just
numbers of
saying,
any
I'm
sort.
sure, have you
No,
ever
I
been in
don't. I
church
don't
and
like
heard
it.
it?
I don't appreciate the church being attacked, Sandy, in that
The
manner.
church is not
Not
being
all
attacked.
churches.
The
Not
church
all
is not,
churches
Miss
is the
Amelia,
same.
the church is not being attacked. It is a fact that on any given Sunday, because Sundays is the day when you get the biggest numbers being played, that you can sit in any church across Cayman. This is not attacking church. It's just simply stating the facts. You can sit in any church and hear people say, hey, what number played? You know what number played?
But anyhow, you child, let's get back to the reality of it.
That is the reality of
Commissioner
it.
was the reality of
That
it
is
is
the
that
reality of it,
Commissioner
I'm telling you.
Burns. Commissioner Burns was taken to all of these locations before this incident happened. They refused to, he and his team refused to do anything about it. Why didn't he address our government and say, hey, this is continuously happen? Why not heighten the fines on these sort of things? You understand? And you have a lot of these
Mr. Amelia,
MPs who don't give a hoot. Hold on,
follow the
Sandy.
law.
Hold on, Sandy.
The fine is
You have a lot of
$25.
these MPs who does not give a hoot
Well, then you need to talk to them.
about or putting our people in danger. They are a part of the problem instead of being
you know why?
a part of the solution.
You know why? You know why they're sitting back doing nothing about it? Because they know, going back to what I was just saying, the average person in Cayman has no issue with this whole gambling thing, despite the fact that it is illegal and it leads to other criminal activity. That's why.
So they're okay with the death it's causing by people robbing people?
Well, you know
they're
what?
Okay with that. Well, I think we need to change big time.
Well,
if
you
that's
better
their
get ready.
tactics.
2025 is right around the corner. But
you understand?
They turn
Our
the
people's lives and health are more important, or should be more important, than illegal activities or condoling with illegal activities.
You all need to start speaking out to your ministers and your MPs to say, why have you all not moved the needle? Because maybe they're listening to what they think is a majority of people that isn't the majority of people about this number buying thing. Start talking to them. You say you have a whole church that none of your church members into number buying and you don't condone it. Have all those church members contact the MPs of Cayman and say, we need something done about it.
They're into trying to get to legalize all kind of wrongdoings, and at the end of the day, it is damning our people. It is damning our young people. It is damaging everybody.
Our elected officials claimed that they were going to be amending the gambling legislation, right? To take it seriously, and they have done no such thing. Oh no.
They are quicker to deal with things that are not benefiting our people in our country than to actually deal with things that would really benefit our country and our people. Because then you see the disasters that is happening. You see what causes it. The robbing of, and they would go to any extent to get what they want. It's because of the illegal activities is attracting criminals. That's why I have so much issue and passion
from 2 years ago, they published some proposed amendments to the Gambling Act, and nothing has happened since then. Go talk to Julie. She's a big time Christian, so she should definitely be against this and taking a very firm position. Why hasn't her government made this a priority? No. They're more interested in making the NCC, the National Conservation Council, a priority and tearing down their power than anything else, because they feel like, oh no, we can't have them protecting the environment too much. Go talk to your MPs, honey child.
That's why we have, Sandy, when you have illegal activities in your communities, people do not understand. It brings in unwanted people into your communities.
Always.
The less illegal activities, the better your communities will flourish.
Yes, ma'am.
And be safe. But you can't beat that into people's head. You understand? And especially our MPs, who should be on top of with their constituencies to see that their constituencies are crime free, or these illegal activities should not be happening in our communities. But some of them sit back and it's okay. Look at Washington Boulevard. Look at Central Scranton with the amount of illegal activities going on. What action has the MP taken towards it? Look at Watlers Road. Look at Rock Hall. What have the MPs for these two communities done in trying to better their communities, to trying to rid their communities of these illegal activities? What? If you condole with something, that means you're just like them, you're a part of them. If you condoled with the wrongdoings that are being done.
Absolutely.
It needs to stop. We need to have our people at heart.
Like I said, get some legislative change. That's perhaps where we need to start, and we need to stop accepting certain things on a social level that isn't good for a community. You know,
exactly.
It's the hypocrisy of it all. But we do have another caller who was trying to get in on the WhatsApp line, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, my dear. 936-2626. I think I saw Miss Darlene calling. We can only do one WhatsApp call at a time because you can't really put those on hold. Some of your comments, Miss Sue says this is so sad to hear what has happened to this local man. The drugs these days people are taking as bad stuff. God knows what's going on in their brain. I don't know that it's drugs that's going on in their brain, but something definitely is going on. Stephanie says it's a systematic process. Everything is what this little bully boy doesn't realize is that his violence has landed in the household of warriors, not just thugs, wannabe gangsters and cowards, etc. I'm so sad. Galaxy Quest says Romelia is a prime example of why Cayman is in this mess. They prefer to ignore the reality of things, especially when it hits close to home, like their church. Desert Rose says exactly, typical Christian hypocrisy. APOC 447 says you can't hear the police where's resources going after and prosecuting number sellers because all they get is a measly fine. The RCIPS are tied amend the law. Yeah, I mean, listen, they didn't even get a conviction the last time with this guy and his brother who works for government. big time, chief officer up in government, and they were accusing him. Now he was found not guilty, so I can only tell you the accusation was that he helps his brother, hide the proceeds of crime from the gambling money, buying property here, there, Colombia, blah, 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 blah. That was the allegation. Unfortunately, the DPP's office wasn't able to prove their case, so they both walked out free. And you have to also wonder about the mindset of some of these jurors. This is another reason in certain jurisdictions they're doing away with the jurors completely and doing judge alone trials only. Somewhere the other day, and we meant to report on that they've changed it where there will only be judge alone trials because jurors can be tainted. They can be easily influenced, and sometimes the jury has no moral compass whatsoever, or they're afraid of the criminal sitting over there. Oh, but I'm my cousin's husband, and he can give me something, and this, that, next thing. So they've done away with jurors completely, and they put judges in place who are less likely to be susceptible to being, influenced, if you will. There's a lot of arguments on both sides of the table in terms of that. But these are some of the real issues, folks, that we are facing. Miss Darlene?
Good afternoon.
Yes,
yes,
morning, ma'am.
I'm calling. I want to say this. I know my background. I know that I have been raised in Christian homes. And I want to just say this on defense of Christians. Listen, the Bible tells us that we're going to be condemned. What we need to do is understand this. Every person is responsible for themselves.
Yes.
We can't swear, but it hurts me. It hurts me a lot because I know me. I know who I believe in. I know who I serve. I know who did miracles in my life. And I cannot say anything else. I don't condemn Muslims. I don't Hindus. No one. Everybody have their God. If their God is money, then that's their business. But what I want to say this, Cayman, let's don't get distracted on things of the world. I am not a religious person because I go to anywhere that I know that they're Bible speaking or Quran or whatever I do. But what I want to say is this: I am a believer and I'm a spiritual person, and I can only speak for myself. I can't even speak for the children that I bore for 9 months.
That's right.
So we have to understand our higher power, whoever it is, right? And respect that. Respect that. Because if you're a gambler, you're not gonna tell me if you serve the Lord. He's going to be the judge. He's going to be the judge for everything we do. So we need to always set example. Yeah, but I'm not picking up the Bible. Like I always tell people, the Bible is not a religious book. The Bible is something to prepare us, to guide us, to teach us prayers and prophecies and history, right? So we can't swear on the Bible of anything. But I want all of the people that consider themselves believers, and I come off with the part about Christianity now because I see some things that I, as a Christian, would never do. And the world has changed. The world has changed. So we have to have that person or whatever higher being of who we're going to worship. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how we're going to be judged. Just do the right thing.
Thank you, caller. I appreciate it so much. Would you have another caller in the line? Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Morning, Miss Sandy. It's me again. To Miss Arlene, because I see a lot of the times people are bashing Christians and the churches and stuff, and I know that you might have your own opinion, but it hurts, right? Because we do come from majority of Cayman comes from Christian families, and that's pretty much what this country was built on. So it hurts, man. I think it deserves a little bit more respect than it gets, especially from the people in the comments. But that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about more about the crime and the gambling and stuff that's happening in Cayman. That's not Caymanians. That definitely has to do a lot with foreign influence.
Hold on. Excuse me, Hunter. I'm gonna challenge you today. You're telling me that number buying isn't Caymanian? That says Caymanian as being a crab in the bucket. That says Caymanian
who's selling all the numbers,
as give me some some
who's
swanking.
selling all the numbers? Who's selling the numbers?
I just told you that one of well, not one. He is the kingpin of number selling in Cayman. Millions of dollars runs to that man's hand every single month, and he's a Caymanian.
Well, good for him, because at least we have a Caymanian at the top of some industry
Jesus
in Cayman.
Christ.
You know what I mean? Hey, watch him out. Look, right? We have too much foreign influence here.
Hunter.
I'll give you an example,
Hunter?
and I'm gonna touch you. I'm gonna touch you a little bit. You might feel offended.
You just said that these are foreign nationals who are doing this. We've imported this, and I've said to you,
no,
hold
I said
on.
foreign influence, Miss Sandra. Foreign influence.
Well, that's like saying that we had foreign influence from 500 years ago when the settlers came to Cayman. Of course, there's always been influences, but Caymanians are the driving force in this. And when I tell you that it's a Caymanian, you say, good, at least we have a Caymanian at the top of something, at the top of a criminal enterprise. And you say that that's good.
So, you know what I think that we should consider, and I mean, just consider. I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, but maybe consider doing a national lottery. Jesus. I don't buy numbers here in Cayman, but when I travel to Miami, I buy a couple lottery tickets and I fly back home. That could be a potential solution. Take the money away from the criminals, make it legit. You know, something that you don't have to feel all shaken and bothered about when you go to buy sketchy man, right? That's an option. Just saying. But back to the foreign influence. We have too much influence coming from other countries. Where's the gunman culture coming from? You know, I'll give you an example, right? In Jamaica, I'm gonna rub some people the wrong way, but in Jamaica, they had the Prime Minister, Andrew Holiness. He had actually banned what they call gunman tunes, which is this Jamaican music talking about shooting this and killing this and shooting this, right? So that's the influence I'm talking about.
All right. Meanwhile, let's talk about the reality.
I want to be clear though. My grandfather was a Jamaican, right? And I was raised. My mother, I might as well consider her Jamaican the way she carries on sometimes, right? So I have nothing wrong with Jamaicans. So I'm talking about this culture today, this new breed coming out of Jamaica. They're coming with this gunman culture. They're also the one, I'm telling you, they're the ones who are pushing these numbers in Cayman. It's Jamaica Lottery we're buying the tickets from.
Actually, tickets are coming from Honduras Lottery, Jamaican Lottery, Belize.
The majority of it coming Jamaican Lottery. I promise you.
All right. Let me say this. Last week I was talking about this, right? Without a doubt, we've talked about how culture influences crime, and for some reason, Caymanians only seem capable of adopting the worst from elsewhere. We never adopt the best, and I think that says a lot about who we are. Okay. Because there's a lot of positive things that are culturally being introduced, and we only seem to want the worst. So my question to you is, let us look at the so-called gangsters from Birch Tree Hill, Savannah, Windsor Park, and all these areas. Those are Caymanian children. Those are Caymanians.
What kind of music they're listening to? Think about it. What kind of music are they listening to? I'm just talking the facts. Like I said, I might offend some people, but this government needs to establish a geopolicy today. We need to have a limit on the amount of work permits coming out of each country. Let me speak, please, because each country needs to have a limit of the number of work permits coming into this island. We cannot have too many of one nationality, too little of one nationality. We call ourselves a melting pot. Let's make it a melting pot. But if you put too much salt in the pot is going to be spoiled. So get the geopolicy put together. I can draft it for you guys. Get the geopolicy put together, have a limit to the number of work permits coming from each country so we can have a balance. And the worst part is that it's our Caymanians that are taking out these work permits, not giving people jobs. As soon as they step off the plane, they turn bad, man. They want to look you up and down your face. See what I'm saying?
All right, Hunter. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I hope I don't offend you because
you can offend me all day long, and that's not a problem. That should not. Trust me when I tell you that should not be a concern.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, my dear. You too. Don't y'all worry about offending me, honey chill. Thank God I'm not gonna make sure y'all got food on your plate. So offend me all you want. That not here nor there. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. How are you doing?
What a hot mess. Child, I'm here.
All right. Good thing for Hunter. You wasn't sipping on no apple cider vinegar this morning.
Oh God. I had given it up for a minute, but I have to start sipping on something.
Listen, Sandra and the rest of Cayman, I want to point to this. Budget of the loss of the gentleman, the man losing his life. But let's take a look at the conversation you just had with Miss Romelia. Welcome there, right? One, you are definitely correct that she was unwilling to accept the reality that within Cayman's, and I'm going to say the word supposedly Christian society, she was unwilling to recognize the fact that there is far too many, and there are people all within that community who are involved with the numbers game and they're buying the numbers. Now, on the other side of things, I'm going to make this point. The gentleman who owned the illegal gambling den, right? A retired law enforcement officer directly from the RCIPS. The gentleman who lost his life, a retired prison officer. Okay, now that means something. And what I'd like to know is if the gentleman who owned that illegal gambling den, who facilitated the situation and the scenario, which ended up with the man getting himself killed, does that man still have his operation going? And if so, why? Because that is definitely a correlation, because this is not something new. And if one thinks that only happened, that came into being after the man was a retired RCIPS officer, then one would be thinking wrong. So, does the man still have his operation going? And if he does, why? Because that is definitively something that RCIPS needs to put their eyes on, along with, I think he should have been held partially responsible for the death of the man, because he facilitated the scenario that ended up with that man getting killed. And the man himself, well, he should have known better. You know? Now, when it comes to what you were talking about, Sandra, as it pertains to the members of parliament, yes, all you got to do is look back at the comments made by at that point in time, the head of the PPM, who basically was saying that, Mr. Alden, who basically was saying that, little old Cayman people who want to go and put their numbers in or whatever and have some stupid hope that they're going to get some little dollars back from them putting their numbers in, they expressly said that they were not interested in increasing the penalties,
because they're like,
whether
this
it be from the
is my
people who
grandfather
are
buying,
number sellers
right,
or the people who are buying
That's
numbers.
right.
They said specifically to the public that they were not interested in moving forward in that regard.
So
that is the fact of the matter.
Own MPs, this is why I was saying to Miss Amelia, condoning illegal activity. And this current group, some of them were also in the mix when it came up last year, a year before, with the previous police commissioner and previous governor, to the point where Chris Saunders actually attacked and cursed and went after the governor in December of, not this December gone, but the December before. So I'm telling you all, we need to wake up. If our own MPs are feeling political pressure because the only reason they're fighting for it and they don't want to do it because they don't believe that that's really what the people of the Cayman Islands want. We don't want enforcement. So, I mean, Miss Amelia can swear for churches. Well, her church, she says she can swear for her church. She can swear for her church all she wants. But given the number of churches that we have in Cayman, more than any other business, I'm going to call churches a business here this morning. I'm sure that's going to offend some people, but it is what it is. We have more churches and more church licenses than bars, restaurants, everything else. Ask yourself, how is it that we can have such a weak social fiber? I talked about this last week. We have these people in West Bay who claim that they're the island's biggest Christians. And like our last caller, they're more concerned about a Jamaican, getting with their little cousin because, she's easily influenced, than talking to their nephews and their grandnephews about being gangbangers in Cayman. Your energy is being focused on the wrong things, people. Clean up your own homes. If you clean up your own homes, we would have far less problems. Nobody can come into my house. Let me say this, caller. No one can come to my house and influence what happens in my house unless I allow it. So if y'all want to talk about foreign influences, then we need to talk about how we are permitting that to even happen. It can't happen in my house. I'm married to, listen to me, I'm married to Jamaican. I'm a Caymanian. This is the Cayman Islands. He's very much aware that he was marrying a Caymanian woman, not a Jamaican woman. So when it comes to certain things in my house that are Caymanian, that'll be what rules.
Yeah. But look, we gotta call a spade a spade. Without a doubt, there are Caymanians who are deeply involved within the numbers game and all of the criminal syndicatry, which is involved with that.
Yes.
It's a simple fact that, yes, Central American countries and Jamaica are both the ones who, beyond the players in Cayman, own and control the numbers game, and they are also part and parcel of criminal syndicatry.
Now, somebody said, I don't know if that was Miss Amelia or Romeo, but because of course their names so close, I mix them up. But somebody said that the numbers game actually started in Honduras first, coming to Cayman. And then, where did they say it? They said Honduras, and then somewhere else, and then Jamaica. Oh yeah, Miss Amelia said gambling was introduced here by Hondurans, the Sunday numbers, then Belize, and then Jamaica. So how we gonna sit here and blame just the Jamaicans as influencing us? No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying our previous caller was like, oh, the Jamaicans are the ones who bring in the numbers here, and we allowing it to happen. What a hot mess. Caller, we have another call. You just gotta
be willing to speak a truth when the truth is evident.
We gotta stop playing. We gotta stop playing around. And listen, I mean, like I said, I can't blame other people for the lack of discipline in my own household. I'm just saying. Thank you, caller.
All right, one thing, Sandra, before you let me go. All right, I don't want to say do not know what it feels like to be represented by the members of Parliament as a Caymanian, as a member of the electorate. Okay. I don't see the paradigm shift necessary for that to be able to change in Cayman, because we do have a system here which, by the construct of the contract which we are governed by, is designed to disallow that. And unless and until people in Cayman finally open up their eyes and see that what needs to happen has to happen. And Cayman is not ready to make that step yet by and large. So as a result, in the near future, in the medium term, I don't see myself or what is best for the Cayman Islands being represented upon the floor of Parliament. And I don't need to even say no more because everybody knows my opinion in that regard. Y'all have a good day.
I appreciate it.
I don't buy numbers. I ain't have business with it.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate it. We have another caller on the line. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. So I was just listening to the previous caller about legalizing it. First of all, let me say I am a Christian, and I don't take offense to what you said, because the reality is that not everyone that says they're a Christian is a Christian.
Yes.
So I'm not offended by that.
Yeah, if it doesn't apply to you, then don't worry about it. Right?
That's the reality. And you're not going to find one single church anywhere that is perfect. So I'm not offended by that. I can only swear for myself. But as to the previous caller about legalizing, since when is legalizing something a solution? Should we legalize cocaine because everyone's buying it?
Yep.
Is that going to solve our problem? Do people realize that it has actually been scientifically proven that certain people are born with a gene for addiction?
Absolutely.
So
and
let's legalize gambling,
they get addicted
right?
to all sorts of things.
Exactly.
And the easier you make it, the more of a problem you have.
Exactly. Let's legalize gambling and then see how many people lose their houses. See how many families are torn apart. Like, legalizing something is not a solution. I am sorry. That is not a solution. And no person out there that is running for election next year that supports legalizing gambling or any type of illegal drugs will get my vote, because that is not a solution.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
936. I told y'all I'm trying to go to court this morning, cover some court news, to update you guys on some stuff. So I'm going to leave out here. I'm going to play the most recent police press conference for you guys. I'm going to leave it a little bit early. But yes, I mean, let me be very, very clear about this. The blame game is easy to engage in. But at the end of the day, we, the people, have got to ensure that we look in the mirror first. You don't go around blaming other people unless you have done your part. And my honest belief is that as Caymanians, we have failed. We have failed our children. We have failed this current generation, the next generation, and we have nobody to blame but ourselves for that. Don't blame anybody else. Yes, we have had cultural influences in this country, without a doubt, and we will continue to have influences in this country. But we have to decide what we're going to accept and what we are not going to accept in this country. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, morning.
Good morning. How are you all?
Not bad. How are you?
Good. I just actually came in, so I don't know what I missed, but I heard gambling, and I know about gambling. I didn't gamble, and I got into it years ago, and I won a lot of money, and it was a conflict between me and getting saved. I was a person that numbers was my thing. I could just think it and it happened. So I wanted to give my heart to God, and I said, Lord, I can't be a hypocrite. And I used to leave church before I got saved and going by numbers. I prayed, I decided to get saved, and I gave my life to God. But there's one thing I noticed when I was there. There were people that were spending their mortgage money. They would come.
Oh, God.
And they would say, I got to be trying to catch back my mortgage. I took some out of it. I said, but what if you don't win again? I wasn't in that predicament. Thank God. I was one at a lot of time. If I gamble, I said, oh my God, you know what? I didn't win last week. I didn't win. I'm done for a couple of weeks, and I would take a break. And the thing with gambling is in America, I win. I still have the stubs, 100,000, 200,000 from the casino. And there are people that just will wait to kill you. So we're inviting more crime, because when people know some of these things we see, like the gentleman they shoot, it's number money. A lot of it is gambling money. You win, you're not safe. Again, as a Christian, I am one, and that's why I really try, and I really did right. I'd never buy a number. Nobody could ever say they ever seen me again when I decided to go God way. You have to choose your battles and decide which road you're on, because God is not to be mocked. Nobody's perfect, and as we go along the way, we learn as a Christian and we get better in anything we do, even on a job. But my point is, gambling is not the solution. All of these bars is not the solution. Most of these teenagers, some of them cannot take one beer. When they take one beer, they're ready to fight the world. And you just got to stand up on their feet. And they're not the kind you can talk to. A lot of them, even the old. Some of them that's been for years. It changed their visions. They changed their focus. It changed everything about them. And we have to admit it. Yes, you can't stop, because sin is going to be there. It was from creation. But we can try our best to suppress it as much as we can, because what happened, even in COVID, look at it. We as Christians are supposed to be praying. I pray. I hear you all the time, and it's true, some of the things you're saying, but I don't worry about that, because I know I see people on your thing that look at hell. I go and pray. I don't need to put it out there. I give to so many people. Oh my God. I don't put it out there. I'm not doing it for the world. I'm doing it because it's the right thing as a Christian to do, what God expects me to do. Plus, I'm helping a fellow person to become better.
Yes.
I will give them advice. I will help them. Clothes, phone, shoes. I have done it. I don't go there, but that don't mean that I don't do it. Because I'm not doing it to get praises. I'm doing it because that's what my heart is led to do. When COVID was there, you notice we couldn't go to church, but the bars were open. So the politicians that we have, Even if you like to drink, be fair. Let us cut it down. Just like I'm fair with, I don't believe in gay life, but I love the people. I don't care which one of them is gay. I love them. I don't love the life because what the Bible says, but I can't hate them and say, oh, I'm a Christian. I ain't no Christian, and they can choose that life, right? I can call it sin and they don't see it. And until a man is convicted what you're doing is a sin, people might believe it, but they could go through heaven gate and leave me out there that hate them. Yeah. So I need to be careful how I hate, what I say, what I do. But the politician should never ever. So sometimes the church say, it don't make no sense. I ain't gonna bother because you see how they do it. That's not the attitude, right? That's not the way we take it. We still go ahead, we still pray. Even in our houses, we get together and we pray because we're not praying to man. So we don't have to be out in public all the time either. I don't believe in that. I'm not one with all this nice and then just drumming, nothing going on, and I'm not doing anything for people to see me. People may need to see me to see I'm a Christian. If I am changing and I'm a Christian, they will see who you are. Eventually, what's inside
by
will
your
come
works,
outside.
you shall be known.
That's right. Completely. That's what the Bible says. So, I believe many years ago, when they changed it, I was a child, when the bars had to close at 12. You know why was that? I'm 60. Because the gentlemen them used to leave and go from work and drink all their money out. Their kids and their family had nothing because they went to the bar and drink the money out. Now, the government said, okay, till 12. So when they get up for work, 5, 6, they got a couple hours. They can't drink out the whole of the money. It was many, many things we see. Unless you're born in the culture and you know the culture, we don't really understand. And we need to be stopped, influenced by others, and know what's good for our little islands. Because when we go down and the ship go down, all of them that have all of this to say, trust me, they're going to leave us right there. When Ivan came, they left us right there. They rejoice. I know coming for Cayman from I was a child. I've heard people say, oh, they can't wait for Cayman to go on. It going on Cayman and thinking this. We're hated. We're hated for nothing but God's blessing that He bestow upon us. Now we that has been blessed need to know we're blessed, and we need to do the right things, even as sinners. Back in the day, we had respect for the churches. Churches didn't come. I see some of these people invite me to church. On my in my worst days, I was looking like them and I wasn't acting like them. You can't invite me to your church. I'm not afraid to say I go to Church of God Universal. I used to love Grace, love all these things. I chose my road. We got to choose what it is we feel that is right, and we have to stick by it. And Caymanians needs to get up, have some strength, some backbone, and decide what they're standing for, regardless if people want to laugh. People have laughed after you, but many times you come out, I have heard it, and you prove what you were saying is true. But because you had the insight and they didn't, they laughed. Oh, Sandy, she just looking a show. She just whatever this and that. And then later on, it comes. We as Christians got to do the same regardless of what they say about us. They're going to crucify you. And you can't be thin skin. You can't be like onion skin. You have to grow backbone as a Christian because people will never, ever let you forget your past. And your past is what makes you most of the time become a Christian or want to change to be better. Because when you see somebody in the same rut you was in, if you truly a child of God, you're going to say, child, come here, I tell you something. And they might not listen to you that day. Maybe not even a year, maybe not even 2. But long as they go on the road one day, the advice might come back. I've had it happen to me with people many a times. People that people is afraid of. I say, I know your mama. These little guys that say they're bad. And I say, come here, make I talk to you. I talk to them. And you know what? They not disrespect me, they not. They laugh and say, all right, mom, and they're gone. Sometimes the way we treat them too is why they retaliate. I'm not giving them no right because God knows I grow 4 of them and they will tell you that beating. I tell them, if you want, call the police, call them. But if you need an ass, I'm going to give it to you. because nobody's feeding you, clothing you. When you go out there, they're going to call me as your mother. They're not going to call nobody else. And I am going to have to. Thank God they haven't turned out bad. God has been, you can't swear for children, because one thing I don't do is put my neck on no block. In front of my face, I believe I got good kids, 4 good kids. But listen, kids is kids. My mama thought I was the best, and I broke rules and I did things that I shouldn't. We're kids. But then as you grow, let us work together for the betterment of our country, right? We don't want to say, I would like everybody to stop drinking, because I don't think it valued nothing. You spend your money and then you go to the bathroom, you pee it out, right? So I don't see what value it really gives to you, but that's my opinion, right? I don't know what someone else's opinion. So my friends and my family, I said to them, that's not good for you, but let us work as Christians with the sinners and sinners, with the Christian, to understand why I believe in what I believe and why they feel. It's because we are born with sin, the iniquity is sin. So when we are born with that, it's natural to want the things of the world. It takes a lot of strength to fight against your flesh. It's a spiritual flesh between your body and your soul. So one is spiritual and one is physical. So it takes a lot. So please, they got too many churches that they need to stop that. If there's something they need to stop, is this amount of church. These pastors want house and cars and land, and that's all they worry about. They're not worrying about people's soul. Back in my days, it was like 4 or 5 church, Presbyterian Church of God, the one Westland, it was the other one, can't remember, but it was like 5 churches, and it was such a better time. People went to church, they know why they're going. Now it's dance hall. It's just like out in the world, and we're getting confused, because this is not what it's about. It's not about dance. It's about somebody's soul, trying to make somebody better. Even if they're not saved, we could make people better people, right? And they could come out not want to hurt your kid just because they know that that's wrong. So we're not there. Salvation is free to the whosoever will. God didn't force us, so we as people should not force anyone. I don't force my kids. I tell them and I show them the way, but it's them to choose the way. God help me. I wouldn't want you, me, nobody to go to hell, because I believe that hell is what it says, what God say. It's going to burn the whole time. You're going to burn. But again, you could only tell someone, but you love or don't love what it is, what you believe, and they have to follow through. But I believe we have too many churches. I believe we have too many bars, and I believe Christians need to stand up more.
All right. Somebody said to give you the hallelujah button. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sweetie.
I appreciate it.
Have a good day. No
problem.
Praise the Lord.
The hallelujah button for her, honey child. Lots of truth telling there, without a doubt. I was thinking about some of these churches that be fighting over, they split because they can't. I mean, my gosh, they fight over so much stuff these days. It's ridiculous. One of them want to build this and no, we can't do that. Then they split up. They've even taken each other to court over disputes, internal disputes within churches. My God, she right about a lot of them not fighting for souls. They fighting for something else. And the Lord not got no part to do with that. So y'all get it together. Micheline says, let's pray for the pastors' wives. They need to repent. Good Lord. There's a female pastor I've been getting a lot of complaints about. Anyway, we can talk about her another day. There's a Spanish churches. They've been contacting me saying, Sandy, can we please do a whole segment on the mess that's happening in our churches? Oh my gosh, my brain can't even take it. And the thing about it is, because some of y'all really get up in your feelings. I've had my y'all know I have a core group of friends. One of them said to me one time, oh my gosh, Sandy, these people are asking me whether or not you even believe in God. And I was like, Lord Jesus, please take the bus and help them with some insight. I was like, what a hot mess. Because we talk about the realities of what's happening in all aspects of our lives, including the church halls. And y'all talking, oh my goodness. I'm just like, wow. So listen, I am hopeful that Mr. Ernie can make a full recovery. Only time will tell. Our prayers are going out to his family here today. There's speculation about why he was targeted and why he was attacked. I just, funny enough, just saw an email. I'm not going to say what that person said, but we'll have to wait and see what the investigation yields. But I wouldn't put nothing past these guys out in the streets. What I want to say, as members of this community, you all want to talk about, you're impactful. You are Christians. I'm not here to question your Christianity. I'm here to question the behavior that I see that makes me go, that's not very Christian-like. But anyhow, I'll leave that up for you all. The point is, you need to reach out to these young people. Stop skirting around this issue. These young people, they're your family members first and foremost. So start with that. They're your nieces and nephews, right? And they're engaged in the most egregious behavior out there. You need to talk to them. Bring the violence under control in our communities, because it gets us nowhere. I'm going to play the police press conference. I want y'all to pay attention to some of the numbers and what is being said. Scott says, caller blaming music, LOL. Frustrated people have been blaming music, video games, anything but themselves. What I want to say is this, folks. Again, nothing can infiltrate your home and the minds of your children unless you allow it to, right? We know how impressionable children are. You need to give them a good, solid foundation. I know we have certain rules in our household that we stand firmly by. And yesterday, my husband said something to her daughter. She went to a little pool party this weekend. And at the pool party, they were like putting a little glitter on their faces and painting their nails. She's not allowed to wear makeup. We let her do during the summer. She can get her little nails painted because, the little girls are into that sort of thing. But when she's in school, there's no nail painting. So on Sunday, it was this pool party, they did it. And to be honest, as a parent, I failed because I did not remember that I needed to take it off of her fingers for school yesterday. And so my husband saw it last night. He said, Gianna, you know better. You need to bring it to her attention if we happen to forget. And she's like, but my friends, he said, that is never an argument that you can bring in our household as a justification, an excuse, a reason, nothing about your friends. We're not raising your friends. We don't care about your friends in that regard. Their parents can make them do anything. These are the messages from a very young age that you need to be letting your children know. What your friends do is none of your business and none of your concern. And in fact, you're going to shed some of those friends, we're going to use that term very, very lightly, because of their behavior. Their behavior does not align with your belief system. So therefore, they cannot be friends. But a 7-year-old, you can't go that deep with them yet. But she ain't getting these messaging. They can't be your friends because your moral compass and their moral compass don't align. So you can't hang out with them. You can't have no association with them. You say hello, you're polite. Hello, how are you? And you pass them in the street. There's no problem with talking to people. But there'll be no friendship. There'll be no long conversations on the phone. There's not going to be any, we're going to have lots of play dates and be spending a lot of time together, because we know how influences work. We know how your children can be turned on to certain things based on who they are hanging out with. That's why you keep it small and you keep it tight. Know your children. Know the company that they keep. Even family members. I don't care if they're family. There's certain people that your children should never have any exposure to. Don't expose your children to chaos and craziness and crazy people that lack moral fiber and expect that they're going to be able to come out on the other side of that okay. But I also agree with Scott's position that everybody has always wanted to blame the music, the video games, everything else. When you get to a particular age, those things don't really have no impact on you, I have listened to music. I mean, listen, we grew up in 80s and 90s music. If you really listen to some of the lyrics in those songs, they were, Tupac, gangster-filled profanity. I mean, I love me a Tupac song. What he was singing about his mama. You know what I'm saying? I love Tupac, but I'm not a gangster. I'm not a gangbanger. So I'm not taking that element of it from his music. I love a Biggie. Biggie sang some really good songs. Gangster Paradise. It has a nice beat to it. The lyrics are dope, whatever. But I'm not taking it to the next level that y'all want to take it to, but it's going to influence me. Just going to talk about gangster paradise. I'm going to become a gangster. No, I like music for different things. Not that music is going to influence me one way or the other. I sit down and watch a movie. That movie is going to make me want to go out there and kill somebody. Y'all need to learn how to regulate and control your own emotions. There is something wrong with you if you are so easily influenced by these types of things in the world. And if you're raising children that are that soft and that easily influenced, you have got a problem. So let me be very, very clear. Look at what is happening in your homes and in your households. Those of you who don't have children, but you still have these nieces and nephews that are in jail every minute and out there assaulting people and doing the most, also look at why that is happening. Try to address those issues. When they're in their 20s, it's going to be hard for these guys to turn their lives around. But let me tell you something. We got some serious problems in our hands. That's right. Gangsta Paradise, one of the dopest songs ever. And I'm not glorifying the gangster life. It just has a nice hook. And it has, the song is dope. And it's not influencing me. I'm so glad that caller talked about, that she really enjoyed gambling. That was one of the things that she enjoyed. And she used to win and she didn't see nothing wrong with it while she was in the world. But let me also say this. If you have an addictive personality, and a lot of you have addictive personalities and you don't know it, it's but for the grace of God that you're not addicted to drugs, but you feed your addiction in other ways. So addicted to food. We know people who are addicted to food. We know people who are addicted to sex. We know people who are addicted to gambling. The people who are addicted to smoking marijuana, to hardcore drugs, right? Cocaine, whatever. An addictive personality can pretty much become addicted to anything. Some of y'all are addicted to people even, right? You just have to know that if you have an addictive personality, folks, there's certain things that you should never touch. Never, never, never touch it because you're on a slippery slope. One of the reasons I don't drink, and we have to have some very honest conversations and honest moments on this show. One of the reasons why I don't drink is not because I have anything against people who want to have a glass of wine, want to drink. That's your business. That's fine. I don't drink because I saw and I know that my father, by all clinical descriptions, was an alcoholic. Now, he was never, he never went to therapy. Nobody actually said, you need to go to AA, whatever. But I saw his behavior, the little that I was exposed to, and I've heard other people talking about his behavior. And those are classic signs of someone who is an alcoholic. So as the child of someone who I believe was an alcoholic, I'm not going to take any chances. And I made that decision from day one. I am not going to chant. I'm not playing with fate. If there is such a thing as an addictive gene that is passed on from one generation to the next, I'm not taking any chances with that. You hear me? So I never went there. And it's also an acquired taste because I've never really met too many alcoholic beverages that I even think taste good. I'm like, y'all be drinking this? It's like drinking poison. To each his own. All right? I'm not a major gambler. I've never bought numbers in Cayman in my life. I don't know nothing about it. Now, I've had dreams, and I've told family members about my dreams, and they've won off my dreams. I can tell you that for a fact. I know that has happened. But I have never bought a single number in the Cayman Islands in my life. I don't know nothing about it. If I go to Miami, I play the lottery. It's legal in that jurisdiction. I keep telling y'all that one of these days I'm going to win some big numbers. Don't y'all come begging for no money now. I'll pick a few charities, and that's going to be it. But yes, I'll buy a lotto ticket. You think I'm going to go to Miami and spend my last dollar to my name? On half the time, I even forget to check my tickets. That's how slack I be with the whole, buying a lotto ticket. I mean, that, it's not something that consumes me. It's not an important part of my life. I think that there's a lot of fallacies around the gambling in this country and this concept of, if we legalize it, that's going to take care of the legal gambling. I don't buy for 1 minute at all. They're two totally different types of gambling. You don't think that they have illegal gambling in the US, although you can legally gamble? Of course they do. I saw Hunter's comment, oh, maybe, if we legalize gambling, it'll help people with addictions. Legalizing something doesn't help people with addictions. People are dropping dead in the US from opiates. You think if you legalize opiates, that's going to be the solution? If somebody's addicted to molesting your children, oh, well, let's legalize that too. That is not the solution to our problems. The solution to your problem, if you have a gambling problem, is to get help. If you have an alcohol problem, get help. Anything that you are addicted to, you need a professional to wean you off of it. Somebody says, what is sex again? Miss Aline, I will leave that conversation to another day. Mark says, what about the addiction to CMR? Oh, Lord, have mercy. Anything. Kids get addicted to social media. There's a lot of things that you can get addicted to, and none of those things are healthy for you. All right. Look here now. The police commissioner last month had his annual statistics and report. They had a press conference. They released the data. The media was able to ask questions. I want you guys to sit back and listen very, very carefully to what information came out in the press conference, because I think it's actually extremely important. Tomorrow's show, remember, I'm not here on Friday now, honey child. So tomorrow's show, we're going to pack in a lot. First of all, let me just say this. On Friday's show, we were talking about, what's the name of the people there? Otis Air Conditioning. That caller called in. I am now told that the owners and the top brass over at Otis Air Conditioning has reached out to that Caymanian company, and they are working on it. I look forward. They say they don't want to be dragged by CMR. My God. I look forward to that Caymanian family having their invoices paid and that being put to bed. I want to give every company in the world, every person in the world, the opportunity to do the right thing. You only get featured in CMR when you really demonstrate that you don't care about doing the right thing. So here you know. We have to talk about this young lady, Danielle Brown, on tomorrow's show. That's coming. I realize that she just lost her husband. I'm going to put that in quotations because he was out in a relationship with the woman that he actually died with. So y'all know what I think about these fake and fraudulent marriages, but whatever. She is crying some crocodile tears now to say that that's her husband. Okay, if we're going to pretend and go with that narrative for 5 minutes, then whatever. But if you're a thief, that ain't got nothing to do with the fact that your husband just died. So we're going to talk about her tomorrow. We're going to talk about that situation. We're also going to be, tomorrow now is the deadline for Philip Hides. Oh, Philip think he got some big balls, you know. Listen to me when I tell you, Philip, you know what them old people would say? He rank bad. That means his attitude stinks to the high heavens. That is Philip Hyde. Somebody in this world really raised him to believe that he is somebody that is above the law. And nobody is above the law. Especially not you, Philip. I hear he said because his father is Willie Farrington, this and that, he can run for politics and he can be running West Bay. Honey child, the only thing you will be running is around the block if you're lucky. Because I don't know what kind of shape you're in, but you're probably not even doing that. So tomorrow, we're going to do a part 1 because the amount of foolishness that Philip been going on with, it might be a 2-part show. We're going to do part 1 expose on Philip Hides. He wouldn't answer the phone for the after show on Friday. That's okay, sir. We can still deal with you. He had the audacity to message me talking about, oh, let's meet and let's have a face-to-face. He'll call me about having a face-to-face meeting. Son, me and you don't have to have no face-to-face meeting. You just need to do the right thing. You doing the right thing does not require you seeing my face, huh? Just do the right thing. But I know he's not going to do it, you know. Some people are just who they are. Don't you doubt it? And he's one of them people. I can see the type of person that he is. I don't know him personally, but believe me when I tell you, he is a different cup of tea altogether. Crooked as they come. And tomorrow we're going to start to talk about some of his crookedness. So that's the plan for tomorrow. And then Friday, We're going to have a day off on Friday. There'll be no show. Well, there's going to be, let me rephrase this. On Friday, we're going to have a Cayman Voices segment, so I definitely want you guys to tune in for that. Yeah? Anyway, look, I got to get to court. I got to get to work. Please pay attention to this. Y'all need to jot down some notes for class, because there are times when we will come back and refer to certain segments of this press conference.
Okay, good morning again. Just welcome to our media partners. It's really good to have you here this morning to discuss our 2023 crime and traffic statistics. Just, I suppose, a bit of housekeeping. So in the back of the room, you will have noticed a number of subject matter experts in various areas, various professional disciplines, from our finance aspect, our child safeguarding, MASH, domestic violence, and our eastern districts in terms of the policing up in the eastern districts, traffic, and our analytical capabilities. So what we intend to do is, after the primary press conference, if you need clarity in any area, please feel free to have a conversation with any one of our subject matter experts if you need clarity around the numbers and some of the, I suppose, of the narrative that you've picked up. To my left, Detective Superintendent Peter Lansdon, who is in charge of the crime portfolio, is here to able to support me in terms of the presentation as far as serious violent crime, major crime investigations, and he will certainly provide any clarity you need in terms of investigations. To my right, Chief Superintendent Brad E. Banks, who is here to able to support me in terms of all matters relating to the uniform frontline services. So that goes from the general call for service on frontline to your community policing, addressing community concerns, and other areas. So all of those issues, Chief Superintendent E. Banks will more than happy answer the questions as best as he can. So I'll start with giving a general overview of the report, and that probably will run us about 10 to 15 minutes. And then I'll really just open it to you, the media, in terms of questions that you may have. I'm sure you have quite a few, whether those are addressed to me as a Commissioner of Police or to the Detective Superintendent and Chief Superintendent E. Banks. So you will have had the report, all had a chance to have a read of it, and generally speaking, our calls for service in 2023 were 37,866. That meant for us an increase of 2,544 more calls for service in 2023 than in 2022, a reflection of a 7% increase on calls for service. What I will say about call for service, this is generally everything that we do daily. And 5 big categories of those call for services were the call for service in civil disputes, public environment, road traffic collisions, alarm calls, and person in distress, which represent actually 36% of all calls for service. Georgetown, the District of Georgetown accounts for just over 50% of all call for service. And that's probably, I think, a good representation based on how busy Georgetown can be with all of everything else that goes on. So generally speaking, crime now, moving on to the crime as to what we've actually recorded or that were reflection of crime, that is 3,955 crimes recorded. So that's a reflection of 10% of all calls for service. So we saw an increase there. I think the news or the headline here, that represents an increase of 3.9% on overall crime compared to 2022. What I will say about that is most or the majority of that increase, which in essence is 150 more crimes than 2022, the majority of that is seen in acquisitive crime. It's where pretty much all areas of acquisitive crime are on the up. And that would be your robbery, burglary, criminal trespass, and theft. Thefts primarily thefts from motor vehicles, other personal items stolen, really is really contributed to the majority of the acquisitive crime of 1,469. We saw 1,072 of those acquisitive crimes were theft or criminal trespass. We saw a slight increase as far as our sexual offenses. We went from 80 in 2022 to 89 in 2023. And of those, we continue to look at where those are at, and majority of those are seen in the indecent assault on females, having one of the areas that is, I suppose, the biggest number in terms of sexual offenses. Firearms continue to be a significant concern for us, and in fact, when I commenced my role here as Commissioner of Police on the 29th of September, it's been a real challenge for the organization, and I'm supposed to put it into context. 20 minutes after I was sworn in on the 29th of September, we had a murder in the middle of Georgetown at 10:32 a.m. in the morning, and I left from my swearing in ceremonies and went straight to the scene. Continues to be an issue for us, and we are addressing the concerns. In addition to those, the farm crimes, we would have had 56 farm-enabled crimes, or 97 farm crimes altogether, of which 56 would be farm-enabled crimes. So your enabled crimes such as robbery with the use of a farm and other offenses. We have recovered, or we did recover 23 farms in 2023, and that's as a result of proactive police operations between ourselves and our partners, CBC and the Cayman Islands Coast Guard. So that was a good result there. We did see as far as violent crime, we did see a significant a reduction in serious violent crime, which is down by 29%, or 17 less victims in 2023 than in 2022. Domestic violence continue to be an issue for us. As far as our response, we have a zero tolerance to domestic violence, and you would have seen on the report where we investigated 399 in 2023 as opposed to 377 in 2022, which is a reflection of a 6% increase, or 22 more victims. Now, what I will say about that for me as an indication that public trust and confidence in making reports to the police will be dealt with robustly. So that, I think, is a positive sign that victims in domestic violence have confidence that the police will investigate their matters. Hence, we would have seen an increase in reports. Moving on to traffic. Road traffic collisions continue to be a constant and continue to rise. It's an issue for us. We recognize that. In 2023, we had 3,196 road traffic collisions, of which 9 involved road fatalities. That was down, and as far as our road traffic fatalities, 9 in 2023 from 15 in 2022. Now, road traffic collisions altogether increased by an increase of 281 more road traffic collisions, or 11% increase, which is a reflection of 6 to 1 road traffic collisions per week, or 8.7 road traffic collisions per day. DUI arrests or driving whilst intoxicated remains a priority for the organization. We saw a 15% increase in arrests having 270 in 2023. Some quick numbers there as far as the levels. We would have seen a 43% of those DUI arrests were double the current limit. 27% were 3 times the current limit, and 9% were between that 0.7% and the old limit. Prosecutions continue. We've had a significant increase in prosecutions there, which we prosecuted 10,716 persons in 2023 for traffic violations, of which 4,654 were for speeding traffic tickets, for speeding. That's a representation of 52% increase on 2022.
What's that figure? Sorry, I can't find it.
Traffic prosecutions, all traffic prosecutions, 10,716 traffic prosecutions, of which 4,654 were specifically for speeding.
Do you have a prosecutions number for crime? No.
Prosecution number for crime?
You said the total prosecutions for traffic was 10,717. I just wondered whether you had the total prosecutions for crime.
I don't have the total prosecution of crime. That's your, yeah. But we'll speak more because I'm sure you have some other questions.
No, that's my same question I asked you.
What I will say, so we do have some good news, and I'd like to really cite some examples of those examples around the good news in 2023 as far as police activity. So I'll take us back to March in 2023, where we had a robbery at a jewelry store just after 8:30 in the morning in Georgetown on the waterfront. Early morning, where we had individuals went in there, smashed the jewelry cases. We had a farm involved in that, and quick response resulted in the arrest of individuals, recovery of a significant amount of the jewelry, and a recovery of a farm. We also saw in May last year, where we had a vehicle on the North Church Street area aroused a suspicion of our firearms officers, challenged it, ended up in a very sharp pursuit, and a firearm had been recovered. That person was charged. Then in September, we saw our uniform officers out on regular beat patrol in the off the Mary Street or in the Macfield Square Lane area. Was aroused by suspicious activity, gave chase to some individuals, which ended up in the recovery of an AK-47 automatic rifle and a handgun. And Mr. Lansdon, to my left here, will speak more about it, but we had 4 murders in 2023. 4 persons tragically lost their lives as a result of violence. Those were all assault. And we saw as well, and perhaps moving on to 2024, I know we're speaking of 2023, but in February 2024, just to speak about good news, we had a robbery just after 7:30 in West Bay at a store on Reverend Blackman Drive, where 2 individuals entered a store and robbed the store of a significant amount of cash. Really quick response from our frontline officers resulted less than 30 minutes later of 2 individuals arrested and recovery of over $14,000 cash, vehicle recovered, clothing recovered. Those persons are currently before the court. I can't say anything more about that. We recently announced, I think it was earlier this week, either Monday or Tuesday, on Tuesday I think it was, where we had a robbery at the Digicel store in May 2023, albeit it's taken near a year. We were able to successfully charge 4 individuals for conspiracy to robbery. And what that shows is that we are persistent, that we are a organization that are resilient in the sense that no case is left not looked at or active. So it took a while, but some of these cases requires certainly persistence, requires meticulous investigations, and sometimes it does take a lot longer than expected. And we just ask the public to sometimes just understand that investigations don't just happen over the weekend, happen overnight. they sometimes could be protracted and drawn out. So those are really just some good news stories from 2023 and the results. And I know Mr. Lansdowne will speak certainly on some of the convictions as well of some of the big cases in 2023 when he has that opportunity. I think at this point, that's probably as much as I can say, and I will now open it up to the media for any questions from you. And I'll do certainly as best as I can to answer that. Okay? So.
I just have a rather simple question. Some years ago, there was a policy change about naming defendants when they were charged, and I know that you have continued to, I guess, follow your predecessor's policy on that, not actually naming them. Might we experience any kind of a change in reference to that?
I don't see any changes, Ms. Hill. Honestly, I think it's the appropriate way to do it, because this is a very small community, and you do have individuals with the same names, and we want to make sure that it is correctly, the names of individuals are correctly into the public. So once they are in the court, they appear before court, then that's a whole different matter. But that's primarily the reason behind that.
Can I just add this up? We've got two thresholds we work to. There's some matters that are serious crime that we work on a threshold test. So we charge on bare minimum evidence because of the threat, the risk, the person needs to be kept in custody. Sometimes investigations aren't complete. Identification is generally a slow process that needs to take place. If we publish the name and photographs are published of that individual, it compromises the ID procedures.
No, I mean once you've actually charged them.
Yeah,
so
we charge on threshold, which might mean identification procedures haven't taken place. So we don't publish their name because we've got investigative processes still to do, and we don't want them compromised. It really worries us when names and faces are published before we finish our investigation. So if we've got good reason for doing it, we don't want that compromised.
But to tag on to that, there's an exception, for example, when the RCIPS names this is a wanted person that they're looking for.
The reason we sometimes delay that is because we have to complete identification processes and make sure our investigation isn't compromised by putting his name and face out. So that's why we sometimes have to have lengthy delays while we finish our investigation elements. Yeah.
Okay. I would just, it would be really helpful if we could find a way there, because what this does for us, this is the way the court system works, is sometimes it's really difficult for us to match up somebody that you've charged with a crime on the list, because it's not always listed what that crime was.
Or at all.
Or at all. So we may miss important public interest cases because we're just not aware of who it is that you've charged, and then their name comes on the list, but we don't put that together with a murder or a robbery or whatever. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is why, obviously, we understand that you would never do it for an arrest, but it used to be done for charging, and I don't ever remember there being any major problems with it.
Well, it's a policy decision that we took a few years ago, and I intend to remain with that policy. Now, I'm not saying I would review it depending on the circumstances, but it would have to be under very exceptional circumstances that we sway away from that.
I have a couple other questions in a slightly different vein. Commissioner, the numbers that you've given us suggest that there's a 3% or 3.9% increase in crime. But if you take a holistic look from your 5-year review, it shows that the 3.9 increase in crime is still below pre-COVID crime levels. Can you speak to us on that?
So we've purposely provided that so you could have a look over the past 5 years. So you would have noticed that, generally speaking, crime is relatively stable in that sense. Of course, we saw the levels in 2019, but then of course you had 2020 and 2021 where you obviously had because of what was happening at the time, a significant drop. It's difficult for us to measure where we're at today based on 2020 and 2021 figures. It's really difficult because of what was happening at the time. Then we went into 2022 when it was really sort of moving back to normalcy, so to speak. But we need to really show where we're at compared to where we were in 2019. So if you look at the overall figure, it's sort of generally moving back to where we were, but slightly lower, still slightly lower than 2019.
If I can tag on to that for just a minute, you mentioned that crime is stable. That's also reflected on page 3 of the table's report. But stable, where crimes are stable, is RCIPS satisfied that crime is at the status quo instead of reducing? Or am I misinterpreting? Can you clarify?
Stable meaning that, well, first of all, we do everything we can possibly do to prevent tackle crime. So for me, it's unacceptable to have high crime levels. So we take a very robust approach that crime, we need to be in control to make sure crime doesn't get out of hand. So when we do see where we have those peaks, we do get peaks involved, the peaks where we see a certain peak in whether it's robbery, and that we've seen that in 2022. We saw that again in 2023, where we had a massive peak in 2023. The last quarter 4 of 2023 was very similar to quarter 4 of 2022. So when you look at it overall through the year, really you have periods where you've got crime at a very relatively stable level, and then you have crime when it gets to a peak level, and we try to bring that back down to a level where it's stable. For the position I take is no crime is acceptable in the Cayman Islands, so I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get at. That stableness, do you consider stableness a success or a failure? For example, when I speak to members of the general public, they don't want to hear that crime is at the same level. They want to hear that crime is going down. So sometimes somebody might hear that crime is stable, but might not think of that as a good thing. How does the RCIPS think of it?
Well, we're never happy about crime being up, being stable, I will say that, but we do have to put it all into perspective in the sense that it's not out of hand, if that makes sense. Yeah?
Commissioner, 37,000 incidents that were reported, of which 10% are actual crimes. So let me start by asking, is the police, Scotland Yard took a policy where they simply said our resources does not match the level of crimes that are coming in, and as a result they will not be responding to certain types of incidents. In this, you say one of the top 5 incidents are alarm calls. Is the police going to take a more efficient process and perhaps say, some of these things are outside their purview? If your alarm goes off, call the security company that installed it. So yeah, talk to me about the policing plan to ensure an efficient strategy. Okay,
so I mentioned that 36% of those calls for service were just over, I think it's 13,000, over 13,500 calls for service. Would have had 5 big categories, which would have been your civil disputes, your public environment, your alarms, and persons in distress. What I will say about that is that I can't sit here as a police commissioner and, yes, I may look at other police services, police forces around the world globally, but that has to be taken into context based on what is happening in that country or those countries in terms of their operational context. I don't think we can look at that and apply the same rule in the Cayman Islands. I think the operational context is completely different. What I will say is we certainly need to review some of those 5 big ones. So like your civil disputes and our alarms, as you've just mentioned. We have reviewed alarms. We know what alarms and what it looks like. We've done the data around it. We've got the data on it in terms of how many calls for service around alarms we attend to monthly. It is really high. Majority of those, 99% of those, are false alarms. That's the reality of it. And it does take up police time. But the one time you don't attend, and it's actually a work in progress, then we get criticized. So we take a position where that we are in a position to do as much as we can to prevent the breach of the peace in terms of civil disputes, prevent and crime in the sense of whether or not that is a civil dispute or whether or not potentially you got a burglary in progress. So the position that we take is that all call for service we attend to at the moment. I would argue you don't get that service anywhere else globally, and which I think is remarkable for an organization. You do not get that type of service, and I would say we could compete with any police service in the world in terms of that type of response.
So, Commissioner, then how do you balance that stance against the fact that you've now pretty much closed the doors on one of your police stations out in North Side, combining offices in East End? So maybe I'm not giving a fair comparison, but to the layman, I'll let you answer. No loading.
Sure. No. So fully appreciate the issue in terms of the call to service and in terms of alarms that you've mentioned. We have looked at it. We're continuing to look at it. What I don't want is that the one time we fail to respond is the one time there was an actual burglary in progress, and that one time something has happened, and that's where we will be heavily criticized.
You can't measure what you might have prevented.
It's difficult. It's difficult to measure the intangible, I suppose. But I need to answer the issue about the Northside Police Station and the Eastern Police Station, because we did not close the doors in Northside Police Station. Remember, we had an arson at Northside Police Station. Yeah. There's an arson there which caused the doors to be closed, and I've taken a position that Northside Police Station will reopen. Now, we're going through a procurement exercise at this very moment, and for me, Northside Police Station, if not open 2024, will certainly be open in early 2025. I can assure you that. Eastern Police Station, I took the position that on a series of meetings I had across the various districts when I went to let's speak of East End. When I went to East End, one of the concerns raised there was there's no police station in our district, and we often go there and there's no one there, and I took it to heart and I said we will open Eastern Police Station. Spoke with Superintendent Richard Barrow, came up with a plan. We look at our budget that we had available in terms of capital budget, and I made a decision as Commissioner of Police that we will invest into opening Eastern Police Station so that the community in East End can have a police station that they can call their own. That's the position I take.
Now that it's open, can you ask someone to please tend to the flag being properly, it needs to be replaced, but properly raised and put down every day? Because it's a real eyesore the last time I drove out there.
When was that, Ms. Hill?
Probably maybe a month or so ago.
Okay, well, Superintendent Richard Barr in the back will address that, and appreciate it, Richard. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention, Mr.
You kind of mentioned it. I was hoping to hold off a little, but since it's there, I'll just dive in on it. 15 arsons, up by 150%, 6 the previous year. Do we have a serial arson on the loose? What is police's thoughts behind this massive uptick in arson-related incidents?
Well, the first thing I would say, no, we don't have a serial arsonist on the loose. What we have seen is an increase as far as vehicle fires and the like. Not sure if Mr. Lansdowne wants to provide more detailed response to it, but generally speaking, it's around your vehicles.
Separate incidents.
All separate incidents. It's not, whereas before we were aware of an individual who we would certainly consider an arsonist who is currently serving 6 years imprisonment at Norfolk Prison.
Is that maybe tied into the lesser offense of insurance fraud? Is there any indication that?
There's no indication of that, and this is where these conferences become difficult, because if I tell you what our perception of these arsons is, it's giving criminals an idea what to do in the future. But we find that vehicles used in crimes are burnt out.
Is that what most of the arsons are?
That makes sense.
A number, and we don't want to publicise that. I don't want criminals to know that. So
I think they know that already.
But we don't need to reinforce it.
If they've ever watched,
But it's also
TV, they know that that's what you
public
do.
discussion. It's not something less than you can't.
We've got to do this stuff.
We've seen.
See, they've thought about it long before you did.
Yeah.
We've seen an uptick in it recently.
And that's just like, they're a bit smart.
They watch TV.
Yeah.
But I think that sort of answers part of the question.
Can I ask my annual question?
Sure. Well, forward to this way.
Thank you, gentlemen. can you tell us, have you yet come up with a way to tell us how you're doing in terms of solving crime and what measurements you've managed to come up with that can tell us that?
Okay, so we have. I can provide an answer for you. We have recently written and ratified a crime recording and detection policy. That crime recording and detection policy was passed towards the end of the year. I've signed off on that, but in all honesty, Ms. Ledger, the issue for me now is because of the outcomes. We've got 17 outcomes of which we need to train our staff on what that looks like, how you record that as a detection. We're going through that process at the moment. It's not something that can be done overnight. It requires training of all staff. It requires the training of supervisors, training of our staff, and that's a journey we're currently on. So what I will say is that come 2024, you have every right to ask Commissioner Walton about the 2025, you have every right to ask Commissioner Walton about the 2024 detections.
So this year, when we do this next year, I might
this time next year. This
you...
time next year, you will have a figure because we now have a proper policy. It took a while, and it started with my predecessor. I took ownership of it, over it, and we drove it through to the end of 2023, and now it's official policy in the RCIPS, which is a crime recording and detection policy, which makes it explicitly clear to all staff as to what to do, what is a crime, what is not a crime, how do you record that, what is a detection, what is not a detection.
Judy? Yeah, sorry. Mr. Lansdowne, we have a lot
Can I just say though, because I think it's important, because we've been having this discussion for a few years now.
Yeah.
It's important that we've reached that stage.
Yeah.
What I intend to do, because we've written that policy so as it's a public-facing policy, you can read it. So
I was going to say, is it public?
Our intent is to post it on our website, so you as the media feel free to go on there and read it, have a read of it yourselves. I'm sure at some point you'll have some questions for our media team about it. But that's the position I've taken and the position going forward.
I have more questions for the Commissioner of Police, but I just have 3 for Mr. Lansdowne that I don't want to forget. I looked through the report and I made 3 lists. All the crimes that went up, all the crimes that went down, all the crimes that stayed the same. The crimes that remained stable or increased seem a bit more, or not bit, severely more severe than those that decreased. The ones that decreased, while good, aren't as severe. Tell me a little bit about how the RCIPS feels about that, because domestic crimes up, property crimes up, sex crimes up, the ones that are down, ICT, fraud, afraid, defilement. Serious crimes, but not as serious as the ones that are going up or the ones that are staying the same, like murder, same amount of murder last year and this year. What's the RCIPS thoughts on that?
We have to prioritize our resources and we concentrate on the more serious crimes. We had 4 murders last year. We solved all 4 murders. It took a significant amount of time and effort. We had 6 attempted murders. They were all shooting incidents. They too took a significant amount of effort. While we're dealing with that, other crimes are happening, and we can't always respond immediately to them. We try and pick them up later, which comes to the point, and Wendy's point there, offences take months to come to fruition. For instance, the Digicel robbery charges this week, are from nearly a year ago, last year, when the offences started. We published articles last year about a gang of robbers that we were looking for. Most of those individuals have, at some point over the last year, been charged with an offence or another, been displaced and stopped from committing crime. We will always reprioritise our efforts, and at the moment, for me, robberies, gun crime are our priority. Serious violent crime has gone down.
Right. Talk about organized crime. I looked in the report, serious organized crime. Were they more or less compared to last year? I know it mentioned stuff like 84 warrants, 60 arrests, but how does that compare to previous years? Is it up, down?
The activity around serious organised crime, I think, has gone up. It's difficult to quantify. Searches, arrests, prosecutions, convictions. I think the activity has gone up slightly. We've certainly reformed yet another task force type crime unit to deal with the serious organised, the gang crime unit from the robberies and the firearms incidents that we had at the end of the year, and they have been successful on the ground doing more searches and more warrants. I think this week alone we've had 2 firearms recovered, 2 criminal groups arrested, because it's a whole team effort. So the whole of RCIPS is prioritising their work towards serious and organised crime. But it was a traffic officer who found the firearm and stopped the car. So it's a whole team effort. Everybody's moving in the same direction now.
So with the rise in serious crimes, are there alternatives that the RCIPS is considering, things that you guys have not done that maybe you guys are speaking, hey, we can try this to see if we can get serious crime down more?
We've certainly formed with the new unit that are just doing more proactivity, so we're trying to get on the front foot rather than be reactive. Yes, we're always looking at technical options and alternative options for conventional policing.
Can you share some of those with us?
No.
Worth a shot.
I think it's important to raise the point that, look, when we saw an increase in robberies towards the end of 2023, we looked at increasing our visibility, whether it was disrupting or targeting these persons involved in that level of criminality. When we saw the uptick in the gang violence that we were having, the tit-for-tat shootings, we formed this group of 18 officers across the organization. In addition to the 18 we would have had, they're led by a chief inspector and an inspector, and that's because we want to suppress this early and nip this in the bud. That has resulted so far this year, and up to yesterday we had executed 32 farm warrants. We've had significant seizures in drugs. We've had ammunition and firearms recovered and persons arrested. So it's the key there is that we have our own officers internally that are quite capable to deal with these issues, and we look internally to look at all our skill sets or the key individuals that we can pull together to help with this situation.
And it's a partnership approach. So CBC has helped us a lot this year with firearms recoveries, and that is different methods of firearms being brought into the island.
Speaking of firearms, can you give us an update on firearms numbers since the last press briefing with the shooting at Bush Field?
Sorry, firearm numbers in the sense of
how much has been recovered?
Okay, yes. So we recovered 23 and we recovered 23 firearms in 2023, of which 9 were recovered by CBC and the remainder we recovered. But the point, are you speaking about ballistic reports?
Every time the RCIPS says that they've taken a gun off the street. I think the last number was 89. I was just wondering if you.
Oh, guys. So 2023 last year, 5 already this year.
Oh, sorry.
So 2023 we recovered 23 firearms. So far this year has been 5 firearms. So 28 firearms in the last between 2023 and present. But if I go back to 2020. That would be 66 over the past 5 years. Since 2020, we have removed 66 firearms from the streets.
Yeah, I think
Please
he was
forgive me, I
asking
asked
how
the wrong
many
question.
were
Yes.
actually outstanding.
Yes, outstanding.
Believed to be in the
Yes, that was my mistake.
So
my
as
fault.
of today, as of today, that number is 92. At the moment, it's 92 farms that we are saying were used on our streets at some point, of which they are still outstanding and not recovered.
That's going back over a significant
But
period.
I'm going back to 2017. So since the inception of the ballistic hub, that's where I'm. So over the past 7 or 8 years.
How quickly are you able to connect a gun to a crime now with the hub?
48 hours is
48 hours.
Yeah.
Sandra, you had a question?
Yeah, it's in relation to firearms as well and the importation of firearms. I noted that you have Mr. Scotland here, and there's a lot of concern, especially in the eastern districts. I mean, I get people in East End all the time saying, oh, another boat has come in, you know, they've offloaded drugs and guns and ammunition and whatever. What's being done, I guess, is a question for Mr. Scotland. What initiatives are really being done to curtail the importation of drugs? So firearms, sorry. So we know we've got potentially 92 out there. There could be more, obviously, you'd have to admit that you just are unaware of. CBC, from the airport side of things, seems to be doing some work. I mean, there've been a number of sort of high-profile cases, but a lot of people just have a sense that there's a lot coming in on the canoe boats, and we don't hear a whole lot about apprehensions in that sense. So can we get some figures there?
I think holistically, when you look at border security, we look beyond, there's obviously the maritime aspect of it, but we look at border security holistically, so not only do you look at the maritime aspect in terms of what is not, I suppose, regulated, the unregulated boats coming into the country, i.e. your canoes, which Commander Scott and his team over there at the Coast Guard are in charge of, and they're doing everything to possibly stop that. You would have seen earlier this year we had a successful interception, or Mr. Scotland's team had a successful interception while out on patrol, and those persons have since been charged. But you also have to look at the aspect of the border in a broad sense in terms of land, air and sea, so to speak. Which is why that collaboration, that partnership with CBC, Coast Guard, and ourselves is crucial to securing our border. What I would suggest is perhaps afterwards, maybe after we're done here, if you could have a side conversation, discussion with Commander Scotland in terms of what they're doing over there as far as the Coast Guard is concerned. But
I think specifically on your point there is when we intercede a boat, quite often the objects are thrown overboard.
Right.
Ganja floats, guns sink. So we recover the ganja. If there was a dump, we'd probably lose it at that point.
And we are aware that because the smugglers are really concerned about being caught with firearms, because it's a 20-year term of imprisonment, they'd rather be caught with the ganja as opposed to the guns, so to speak. And so those guns are easily disposable, in the sense they're easy to get to and dispose before the interception takes place. And I think while I'm at it, I may as well say, because it's why it's so important, the whole maritime route and protection in terms of securing our borders, is getting to your point. You saw in 2023 where we recovered a farm on our street that obviously traveled from Jamaica to here, that was involved in 5 murders in Jamaica. We recovered another farm in January this year. An individual is currently charged. I can't say a lot about that, but that farm is connected to 7 murders in Jamaica as well. So 7 persons were killed from that one farm. There were 2 other farms that are connected or linked to other crimes in Jamaica, such as shooting or assault on an individual. But those 4 farms, we can say were connected, some connectivity or interface with our Jamaican colleagues. And we have discussed with our Jamaican colleagues. I have personally was on the phone with the former commissioner, Anderson, when he was there discussing it. So we have a really good professional relationship, working relationship.
Sorry, these just popped into my head real quick. Of the 92 guns that are outstanding, is there an estimate or an updated estimate as how much of those are rented guns?
What I can say is it's difficult to say what are rented. What I can say is that 21 of those guns would have been used in at least 2 or more crimes on island, twice or more. So the remainder would have been, there were no previous link to any other, to crime.
And
just if I could just interject real quick, because we're running through quite a few areas that I do have questions. So, communal guns. We know communal guns exist. We've seen the cases and several interdictions by police. What are you doing to actually bust the caches, the warehouse, not warehouses, but the actual safe houses for these guns that are clearly out and about and accessible to people? What are we doing to get to these guns?
Well, what I will say there, Andriel, is that, and I made the point earlier, that in the last month and a half, we executed 32 farm warrants.
Since when?
In the last month and a half, we executed 32 farm warrants. Now, out of the 32 farm warrants, we recovered minimal as far as firearms. We had the magazine with ammunition, and we had another firearm. So the point there is that not because we are cited on the individuals who are involved in this lifestyle in terms of this gang lifestyle that I had spoken of previously. Means every time that we execute a warrant at those addresses or persons associated with it, means that you will find a firearm. And it goes back to what I've been saying. There are persons who are actually enabling these individuals, who are concealing the weapons. Is why I've asked, and I've said it publicly, to members of the public, members of the community, family members who may be aware of individuals who are concealing these weapons for these individuals, to pass the information on to us quietly. Give us the information, because that's contributing to the problem. So,
with that being said, does the RCIPS want to see legislation that makes it more detrimental for someone who enables, like stronger legislation to stop people enabling?
well, the legislation is in place, because if you go to that address, you find a firearm, you would arrest that individual for possession of a firearm. If you have other evidence, whether it's forensic evidence or some digital forensic evidence, then you look at aiding and abetting, you look at that type of conspiracy, those type of offenses. So the legislation is there, but you still need to be able to track that evidence, find that evidence. What I'm saying here is that there are individuals enabling these individuals by hiding that we are not aware of.
Okay.
That's the point I'm making there.
Do you think
And
that
I'm
the mandatory
saying to
minimum has helped
I'm
or
sorry?
hindered with gun crime?
I'm sorry, Miss Ledger, I missed
The
that.
mandatory minimum of, like, regardless of the circumstances, you're going to jail for 7 years if you admit it, 10 years if you don't. And regardless of the circumstances, that's
Well,
the
the
mandatory
manda- the
minimum. Has
mandatory-
that assisted, or do you think that it might be harming that thing of the girlfriend coming forward, knowing that she's going to put her boyfriend away for a minimum 7 years, or 10 if he admits it? So rather than leaving the discretion to the court, where it used to have discretion about guns, the difference between somebody who possesses a gun, does nothing with it and just simply possesses it, or just comes across a gun and keeps it, or compared to somebody who's running around robbing.
The reality really is, if somebody gives us information about a gun, then there are legal processes for that
But do you
person
feel
not
it's
to.
hindered
They don't
your
have to be sentenced
communication?
to
You
7
don't
years.
feel that people are reluctant
No.
to assist you because of the draconian
No.
minimum sentence, is what I'm saying. This mandatory minimum, which is, we don't really have it on many other crimes. This is the only one.
No, the reality is that the
Has it helped? Did you welcome it? Has it helped?
I certainly welcome it. I think it has helped. we're currently reviewing the Farms Act, and sanctions are one of those that I've raised, whether or not the current sanction need to be reviewed, but ultimately that's really a policy decision and will have to be implemented into legislation.
On the topic of firearms, the West Bay shooting, our CIPS arrested 3 people, no charges yet. Any update for the public?
Other than to say that we're continuing the investigation very much live. I can't say much more than that. Yes, we have arrested 3 individuals. Those 3 individuals were, they're all on police bail at the moment. But that investigation is very much live, very active.
Yeah, please. If I could just back up a little. 9 NVA accidents, reported accidents per day, 4,000 odd speeding tickets. While police can't necessarily make policy to put in things like speeding cameras or whatever the case might be, what does police need to curb the speeding, reckless driving, the dangerous driving, all these these antisocial behaviors that's playing out on the road? What do you need to reduce the numbers we're seeing?
Well, I think what I'll do, I'll first just start by putting the onus on the drivers themselves. And that is an important point, because drivers now need to take personal responsibility when you get behind that wheel, that you have to care about everybody else on the road. What we're seeing out there is just the recklessness, the carelessness, the inconsiderate driving. I'm sure you've all been out there on the roads in your private vehicles. You see the awful lane indiscipline. You see the 3 lane, and you see a person moving from 3rd lane over to the 1st lane and the like. So you have that sort of behavior, I suppose. We have 6 to 1, the fact that we have 6 to 1 road traffic collisions per week, or as you put it, 9 per day is just too much. It's too many, but ultimately it comes down to drivers' responsibility.
So, quite frankly, onus lying on the drivers or not is not helping the situation. Year on year, we see an increase. What data can police do to help curb these incidents? And what lies outside your purview that would help to reduce these incidents?
So what I will start with is the prosecution of the speeding tickets. I mean, we issued, as I say, 4,000, over 4,600 speeding tickets in 2023. That's a 52% increase. We cannot prosecute ourselves out of this situation. We continue to prosecute, and we continue to see the inconsiderate, bad driving behaviors. So at some point, individuals need to take responsibility for their own personal driving discipline, I suppose. We do collaborate. We partner with the National Road Safety Committee. We partner with the DVDL, all our partners, our emergency responders, in terms of trying to curb this behavior on the streets. We do our educational campaigns. We're constantly out there in terms of educational campaigns, educating the public in terms of the do's and don'ts and in terms of driving. So we are, it's a constant, and it's literally weekly that we're out there. Just certainly Mr. Tahal and his team over at the traffic enforcement team, and you can have a further discussion with him after. He can speak more in terms of what his staff is doing. I am constantly looking as police commissioner in terms of our traffic enforcement and the deployment and the resourcing of our traffic unit. You saw what we deployed a unit specifically in the eastern districts because we were getting complaints about speeding in the eastern districts. So we have a unit, a traffic unit specifically in the eastern districts, which immediately saw an increase in prosecutions over there. So we're constantly looking at new ways. We're agile. We're agile organization. So we're looking at new ways, creative tactics in which we deploy our resources.
So, Commissioner, one of the other things that we've heard that's been brought forward time and time again, speed cameras, point systems to get bad drivers off the road. First and foremost, is this within your power to bring about? And if so, why aren't you? And if it is not, is it something that you want?
So For clarity, speed cameras are not within my purview, but I support it. So it's a national project because there's a huge infrastructure behind that project. So no different than your national CCTV, the same would have to play to a national speed camera system. I am very supportive of that as a police commissioner because I think it would be a good way to look at our resources, needing less traffic officers, I suppose, but certainly will help enhance our traffic enforcement if we have speed cameras in certain areas around the island that perhaps Mr. Tahal and his team, Mr. Barr and his team over in Eastern Districts, because of the resources on the roads. So certainly would be welcome. I'm supportive of it, but certainly that is a national project of which the National Roads Safety Committee is, it's an area that we're looking at. I form part of that National Road Safety Committee, and it is certainly one of the areas that we're looking at, that being speed camera in addition to how a point system would work in the Caymans. But there's a huge infrastructure behind all of that. Sorry, Dean.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, so looking at this 14% increase then in traffic offenses overall, how much of that is coming down to increased or more strategic policing, and how much of it seems to be more of an increase in instances?
The increase is due to proactivity. That's really where the increase is. The increase is because Mr. Tahal and his team and Mr. Barr and his team over in the Eastern Districts, and as far as traffic enforcement, has been very proactive in terms of traffic enforcement and those various areas in terms of speeding or curtailing inconsiderate driving, careless driving, or prosecuting people for 10 offenses, but generally speaking across traffic. I'm just conscious that I really want to engage Chief Superintendent Ebanks in all the traffic-related matters, so if it's okay, he can be engaged in that.
I have 3 questions. Sorry, just a minute. We've got 20 minutes left, just to leave everyone know. So,
just 3 questions as it relates to traffic. Real quick, traffic offense is up, including DUI on the rise. Does this kind of imply that raising the drinking limit was not really successful? Sorry. What?
Decrease our limit.
Sorry, decrease the limits.
It's easier to catch people, so it's not.
The limit was dropped by 30%.
By 30%, from 100 to 70.
It's the other way around.
It's the other way around. My apologies.
Yeah, because you gotta get more people.
Can you indicate how difficult it is for the RCIPS to do their job when there's a motor vehicle accident in the Eastern Districts? It's a traffic nightmare for road users. But the reason I ask is, if you think back to the 23rd of March, when there was that major traffic holdup, right? I think there's a general sense of public support for the police in doing traffic things, but then there's certain times too when it feels like the good is taking too much for the bad. After those hours of sitting down in traffic for well over 6 hours or so, after all of that, members of the Eastern Districts then had to sit down in traffic more because the RCIPS then said, that's the time we're gonna do a roadblock, etc. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Okay, so the RCIPS has a policy really that we don't, or unwritten policy, that we don't really do roadblocks, static duties, etc. during the peak hours of traffic.
What about yesterday?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not aware of that, but that is our stance. That during peak hours we do not really do these roadblocks for the whole of traffic getting from place to place. So if that is taking place, certainly we're not aware of that. I'm not aware of that.
Yesterday on Shamrock Road, sir, in front of Countryside, there, when people were driving home in the 5 o'clock traffic, there was a roadblock, scanning of tags that increased traffic. I'm saying that the public supports that the RCIPS needs to do this, but what balance, or how does the RCIPS balance that the good is going to suffer for the bad, but not too much?
Right. Okay. Okay, so as I said, we have a really unwritten policy not to do road enforcements during peak hours. So we will certainly look at that and address that. We are aware that these are critical times for a person to commute. So we'll look at that. Just secondly, you make mention of the incident where there was an accident, and I think it was a CUC pole that had, okay. That's a road infrastructure issue. And we certainly support the need for more roads that will assist with the commute between Georgetown and the eastern districts. The fact remains that any incident between Savannah and East End, alternatives are very, very limited. Now, the police, in addition to that incident, we've done our part. We investigated the accident. It is the follow-up of the emergency response. When I say that, I mean CUC. This took a very, very long time to finish their job, what they had to do. I think this incident, there was some high tension poles that were involved, which took a very, very long time. We done our best to try to divert the traffic through the limited means and areas that we could. But certainly, there is a need for additional road infrastructure, especially for the eastern districts.
I'm cognizant of time. I have a couple questions outside of that, so if I could, Sarge, I'd just jump over to another section. Plus, I have my annual question for the Commissioner. So we now have one person before the courts for a slew of horrible, horrible offenses against minors. In this instance, the departing commissioner stated that he found the level of sexual violence against children to be significantly disproportionate in Cayman and a matter that needs to be addressed. How is police going about detecting these crimes, and what are we doing to bring these perpetrators to the courts?
Well, I'll provide a overview of it, and I'll invite Detective Superintendent Lansdon if you wish to add any additional, I suppose, answers to your question. We also have Detective Inspector Anderson Taylor here from the MASH, and can speak of that. But what I will certainly say from the corporate level, my position as Commissioner of Police, in fact, I've put it as one of my 6 top strategic priorities, and that is protecting the vulnerable, the most vulnerable, those at-risk persons, of which I'm speaking of not only adults who are at risk, but certainly children. And we have taken a very firm approach, no different from my predecessor in terms of children. They are our most vulnerable. The welfare of the child is paramount. I've looked at the numbers in there. I know we had just around 1,799 referrals in 2023. But you can speak more. A lot of those are down whether child neglect or some calls for service around that. But we can get more details from the detective inspector. But what I will say is that I've looked at the unit. I have seen the need. There is a need for me to inject more resources in there. And I've said child safeguarding is a strategic priority for me, and I will be injecting more resources in there. I want to do a comprehensive look at the MASH to make sure that it is fit for purpose. We have some really hard-working and good people in there working, and they're doing everything they can in collaboration with our Children and Family Service colleagues, and just trying to, again, that principle of welfare of the child being paramount. You've seen some of the successes. Of course, I won't get into all the details, but certainly where evidence come to light, we will pursue it. That individual there that you're speaking of, with the multiplicity of charges, came as a result of digital forensic evidence that we were able to proactively, as a result of one investigation, look, and we found others. So we take a proactive approach. So not only do we react when a report is made to us, but we take a proactive approach to see if there's anything else going on that we're not aware of that hasn't been reported. And that's how all of those, majority of those charges came.
Of that 1,700 plus cases that or referrals that were mentioned, does the police have a proper report and breakdown on the number of cases that referrals, how many
So,
actions?
yeah, we can provide those details. So when I said 1,799, that could go from crime to no crime. So it's just where it involved a child, report that involved a child that is within the MASH. It could be where it doesn't involve a crime. Once it involves a crime, it's automatically becomes a police matter. Where it doesn't involve a crime, Children and Family Service look at intervention methods to intervene early to resolve some of those issues. Some of those could be child neglect and the like, where maybe a child is just neglected because of, I don't know, bad parenting or whatever it is. But generally speaking, it can go from child neglect to your more higher level offenses in terms of sexual offenses.
Really quickly, just blasting through them. Animal welfare activists have been after us left, right, and center, and media certainly over on plastic compass. We've only seen one instance most recently where someone's about to be prosecuted or potentially jailed. What we keep hearing from animal rights activists is that when they report cases of animal neglect and abuse to the RCIPS, they say it's not for us, it's a matter for DOA. But yet it's the animal law that prescribes the penalties and the offenses, which is a matter certainly for police. What's police doing to address these, the reports that they're getting about animal cruelty and or
Well, what I will say is that if you ask, when you read the Animals Act, it gives the powers to the animal welfare officer, same powers as a constable. So the animal welfare officer has exact powers as a constable, and likewise we'll have the same powers as an animal welfare officer under the Animals Act. We collaborate with our DOA partners and colleagues in terms of where there's a report made that certainly where we've seen animals have attacked victims, and we embark on an investigation. We collaborate with our DOA partners in terms of seizing that animal, and there's an investigation. So that partnership continues very much.
I think there's a misconception. There's multiple agencies in Cayman that can bring prosecutions. And we're working with them, we're assisting them. We've just done interview training, we've done statement taking. We will help them submit files if we have to, but it has been a default. Any prosecution should be done by the police. That isn't the case. We can't take on every single investigation. So we are actively working with partner agencies, upskilling them, assisting them in bringing prosecutions as well.
And just recently we actually delivered an interview statement taking techniques, to investigative techniques, training to our DOA colleagues that would be responsible for investigating reports around animals being abused and neglected, that sort.
And it all depends on the nature of the report as well. If it's something that can be handed over to the Department of DOA for them to deal with and doesn't require immediate police intervention, then we're more than.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, that's a whole area that, there needs to be more staffing. There simply aren't enough animal welfare officers. They know that, and there's other elements of criminality where certain people are likely to keep certain types of dogs in order to keep the police and others away from their yards. So it's really interesting. Brad will know, unfortunately, my experiences with, just these dogs are uncontrollable and the owners, don't really seem to care very much. I think legislatively there has to be a stronger approach as well, so that any dog that actually has attacked, whether a person or another dog unprovoked, needs to just be put down.
Well, I know the Animals Act is actually being reviewed. I'm well aware of that because I've been in discussions with the director, or acting director, Mr. Critchlow. We were just sat in here a few weeks ago, actually, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, discussing it. And so I know, because we do recognize when that law was written, it probably wasn't written to deal with today's issues. So he, has recognized there's a lot of issues. We've discussed it from a policing perspective as well as from a DOA as to, what we see some of the challenges out there, and he's picked up a lot of those. So that is going through that process at the moment in terms of that review.
Just one final quick question. I know that the police were given these, what do they call it, ATV vehicles? Haven't seen any lately anywhere. Are they still around, or where are they? And then just police on bicycles, and is it possible to get more patrol presence at public beach? Because anytime you go to public beach with your family, the smoke of ganja, marijuana, and God knows what else just permeates the air, and you have visitors and families complaining that they can't use the bathroom facilities without being approached by someone trying to sell them drugs and other paraphernalia.
And we've had those complaints in the past, and you're 100% correct in the sense that it certainly doesn't look good in the Cayman Islands or in a public beach, and you have various types of nefarious activities. We have done a number of operations there. We've partnered with our public lands colleagues. We've done policing operations. We've arrested individuals for drugs and the like. In addition to that, what I would say about the community policing aspect in terms of the ATVs, we still have the 2 ATVs. They haven't been deployed for quite some time. I've looked at the whole community policing deployment and what that looks like. My superintendent, Williams, who has that portfolio, is revising a refresh community policing approach, if we could put it that way. So, which will include looking at getting into your areas, your communities where on foot or on pedal cycles, whether it's pedal cycles, whether it's the electronic cycles. We're just reviewing all that at the moment, but we are taking a refresh approach to it because we do realize that the concerns raised by the community. We get concerns literally every week about issues in these small communities. Example, we're getting complaints all the time about the Macfield Square, that area, and we did an operation there on Friday night, arrested 3 individuals, drugs recovered and a significant amount of cash recovered. So we're listening to our community. We're doing everything we can possibly do to address those concerns, and some of those will be looking at the community policing and our style around community policing and how that looks really. Admittedly, I've had to make some sacrifices recently as far as the serious crime proactive unit and tackling this issue around gun violence and gangs in our country. So I've had to make a decision, a radical decision. So some of our areas in terms of frontline shifts and community policing has taken a hit, as well as some of our back offices to deal with some of the issues which presented the biggest threat, risk, harm to our communities. So, admittedly, I've accepted that, but we're looking to have those issues resolved with the local recruitment drive, looking at experienced officer drive at the moment. So all of that is ongoing.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak about some of these leaks in inquisitive crime, the patterns that you spoke about. You spoke about the last quarter, both last year and, 2022 and last year, having this surge. And what that tells you, perhaps, what you think as police about the causes of crime. These tend to be sort of associated with poverty, people in more poverty, and we've seen coinciding with the end of last year that apparently there was an increase in local unemployment quite dramatically at the end of last year, according to the new labour force survey. Are these the type of things that you have to keep on measuring, these patterns, to see whether you can see? Especially, I'm interested in this end of year surge, like why you think what you see is happening.
So we do measure it in the sense that our analysts will look at, I suppose what you would look at is seasonal crime. So when it's very likely that you'll see a drop or you'll see a peak, I suppose. And I don't want to get into discussion about whether or not there's a correlation between unemployment and some of the peaks. Certainly in inquisitive crime, since we're speaking of that, what I would say, a lot of that is attributed to persons being released, coming out, being released, whether it's on conditional release license or whether have served their sentence. And recidivism is huge. Individuals tend to return back after a few weeks of being back out on the road, I suppose, in terms of back to that old lifestyle. So recidivism is a huge issue, and that is generally caused by just drug use,
Yeah, you're saying
habitual drug use.
drug abuse, substance abuse, and homelessness now is definitely an issue for you all.
Well, what I would say about that is it's certainly an issue there. We see it in terms of the whole issue around social deprivation. Our officers are confronting these issues nightly. Certainly they're coming across persons sleeping in cars in public spaces. It's a real challenge for policing. If you find a mom or dad sleeping in a car with 2 kids, well, for us the priority are the children, so we would take that on right away and deal with that. But there are occasions where we find an individual, a male or a female, just sleeping in their car because they have nowhere else to go, sleeping in some of your public parks, examples, your Smith Cove, your public beach. We come across that quite often. I've come across it when I was a deputy commissioner and come out at nights working, and I've walked doing beat patrol and coming across people sleeping on the side of the road and try to get hold of we would get hold of our NAU colleagues and pass this information on. We work with our colleagues to see what we can do to support their efforts to reduce that level of social deprivation.
Do you feel that the uniformed officers are stretched thin, that you guys just need a whole lot more police officers, or do you feel that with the current level of crime that the RCIPS is managing it well?
Okay. So what I would say that there is definitely a need to grow. When we take into account the population growth and the number of vehicles that are currently on our streets. Again, there is a need to grow to meet the demands of the community. From a traffic perspective, now that the National Road Safety Strategy has come online, there is a need to have sufficient officers to meet the objectives and the goals of the strategy. From a service delivery standpoint, I think that we have the efficient numbers. I know that the commissioner had actually done some of the research on some numbers going back a few years. The fact is that we have grown again significantly from a population standpoint, and really have not grown a lot from numbers within the service. So I don't know if the commissioner wants to.
Absolutely, thanks, Chief Superintendent Ebanks. I think if it's helpful, Jebby, if I can probably take us back 16 years. And the reason why I've chosen 16 years, because 16 years in 2008, if we all recall what was then the Great Recession, I suppose. So in 2008, we had, at that time, 370 sworn police officers. Fast forward to today, I've got 380 sworn police officers. So that's a difference of 10. Now, the numbers overall, and as staff was concerned back in 2008, were 437 total staff. That's because we had 6 or 7 support staff or non-police officers or support staff that really backbone of the organization. And in 2024, current, it's 103. So really, you look at it, so really your totality as far as staff growth, that you're looking at 60.
So it's 493.
So the current levels, RCIPS levels, 483, okay, 483 versus 2008, 437. So that's a difference of 46.
Yeah.
But of the 46, of that,
That's support stuff, was you had extra, you said.
of the increase, that 46, that increase from 16 years ago, only 10 are police officers. So the bulk of that increase is in our support staff. Now, to put that in perspective, the population back in 2008 was 57,000 just over 57,009. Today is over 81,000. I think it's 81,500 people. 85,000. Well, there you go. So when we then consider the organization, and when I've said growth, and when we met previously, I said the organization has to grow. That's because you need to future-proof. Any police organization has to be future-proof for added resilience. Crime evolves, which means our policing investigative skills will evolve because we're dealing with different threats that are on the horizon. So as an example, we had that capacity, we grew from 2008 to 2024 at this very point. We grew in areas such as our Cayman Bureau of Financial Investigations, CIPFI as it's commonly called, our digital forensic hub. We had neither back in 08. Our ballistics hub, we had no ballistic hub back in 08. The FOI legislation was enacted in 09. We had our DPA was enacted in 2017. We had a procurement and estates group and our air operations. We had no air operations unit in 2008. So over 16 years, all I'm saying here is that capacity building grew exponentially because we had to meet the demands. Of course, that now means, well, you've built these areas, you now need to put people in them. And we wouldn't have grown unless there was a need. So in actuality, the fact that we've grown 10 officers in 16 years, I would argue majority of those I had to divert to some of my other areas, or we've had to as an organization into these areas I've just mentioned, which also includes our HR and our finance, because we had to grow in our finance based on the internal controls, robust internal controls in our HR processes. So that capacity building is all I'm saying is that the reality is that in 16 years, from a frontline policing perspective, we've only grown by 10 officers.
Are you getting traction from those with the purse strings?
What I will say is I'm well supported as a police service. We are well supported by the Cayman government. We're well supported. And we had a budget of $57.6 million that was afforded to us for the 2024 and 2025 budget. So we're well supported. However,
but you obviously want more. So what sort of figure would you?
Well, I do. As I get back to my earlier point in the sense that as circumstances evolve, as the threats evolve, it requires us to, as the operational context evolve, it means that the police inevitably has to evolve, has to grow, without a doubt. And by growth, not only is that in personnel, growth meaning other areas in terms of our analytical capabilities. So how do we know what we're doing? You know, when the officers decide to go on patrol, do you go left, do you go right, where do you go? So all of that. How do I look at a strategic performance assessment? How are we doing across the organization? So all of these areas, and you know, what's happening.
You have to make a pitch for that argument at some point, like
absolutely
over and above the usual. Okay, yeah, you get 2% increase every year or whatever, but you're going to have to make a pitch for a much bigger increase by the sound of it. And like, what sort of figure do you think is what you really like, money-wise? How much do you really need?
I don't throw figures out like that. I'm a very.
You must know.
I think everyone anyone in here will tell you. I would think they would tell you I'm a very put a lot of thought into what that looks like in terms of the demands, and that's demands across crime front, demands in terms of the back office, demands on what's on the horizon, what is likely coming next, and everything else. So. But I really don't want to put a figure. I know what the figure is, but I'm not saying.
What about head count?
Yes, I was about to say.
If you ain't said the money.
I have a head count because then you'll go and calculate the figure. So I. So very well done, Ben. Well done.
So all of the recruitment drives that we see the RCIPS taking on over the years, that's just been to replace officers? Like that's just shrinkage in the force?
So we are an organization, natural attrition, whether a person decide not to stay or for one reason or another, we had to part ways. We tend to average between 15 and 20 staff per year, and that was no different in 2020.
Percent of headcount, so you lose 15 to 20 people a year.
Attrition normally is between 15 and 20 annually, and that figures, that projection is quite accurate. Up to 2023, we had 17 leavers, so to speak. But we had a intake of 78, so in that 6 to 1.
And does that include retirement?
Everything, yeah, everything. It's just whatever reason we parted ways. It could be retirement, it could be non-renewal contracts. It could, yeah.
Pedro.
My final two then. Cyber crimes, financial crimes. Last year we saw where pig butchering was a massive issue. People being ripped off as much as $1 million CI. What are we doing? What is police doing to bolster the detection of financial crimes and thwart financial crimes, as well as to recover the money that people are losing, and to, sorry to drag on, but and to also stem terrorist financing for our financial sector?
Good question, Andrew. We've got one of our experts here, Victoria. She runs the Bureau of Financial Investigation, which deals with international crime, but we've also got a separate financial crime unit that does predicate local crime. We've rebuilt that unit this year, restructured it completely. Sergeant Nevin Bradshaw's down there. They've had some amazing successes. I made some notes there. Just the rental scam jobs from last year. You know, people charged with, one was charged with 36 offences, one was charged with 10 offences. The shutter frauds, 13 offences. They've had some good convictions. There's 40 or 50 offences that get reported and dealt with by one individual. So the local team are dealing with that, and they've had, I think it was nearly $1 million in seizures and restraints and money nexus to Cayman, because that's all local crime. Probably the more impressive is the international crime unit there, who talked to Victoria afterwards. I think it's nearly $30 million internationally that have been recovered, restrained, that are available to be returned to victims, and a lot of it's virtual currency and cyber, Bitcoin and things like that. But they are doing an awful lot of work. They're doing all of the international inquiries, and we get 25, 30 requests a year from international agencies for support and assistance. They deal with all of those as well. So they're doing 20 of their own investigations, plus doing inquiries from the FRA, from the international, and sending inquiries out abroad as well. So we're doing an awful lot, and it's taken us off the grey list. You know, we've done pretty well in that respect. But it's growing exponentially. It's growing all the time. There's more and more fraud. Just this year, we've had these American scammers who have come over here and have just. That's international crime in reality. All of the information they've harvested and gathered has come from abroad. So every inquiry we have to do for victims, for banks, is based abroad. So it's going to take months and months and months of work to get to the bottom of it. It went to the point I said, we're charged on a threshold, on a bare minimum, but there's reams of work still to go on. And at some point we have to draw a line. You know, we've got 3 Americans living here with no income, no way of staying on the island until we can conduct and finish all these investigations. So that becomes a priority, to try and get that before the courts. But talk to Victoria afterwards, I'm sure she'll give you.
Can I just piggyback off of that real quick? Because one of the biggest ones that I get daily complaints about is immigration and work permit frauds. And unfortunately, most of the time the police tell them this is a civil matter, we can't help you. Immigration, WRC says, if they haven't put in the permit, it has nothing to do with us. It's a police matter, it's potentially theft. Go to the police. So they resort to coming to me, and then we try to get them their money back if we can. But even this morning, I understand that there were 2 Filipino nationals that came in yesterday via the airport, thought that they had a valid work permit, come to find out that they didn't. They sent some person or agency here all this money, only to be told, nope, this was a scam, you have to turn around and go back. I know the one that was coming out of Jamaica recently with the Cayman workforce group. I mean, they were very, very organized, had an Instagram present, TikTok videos, hundreds of thousands of views, and really mining a lot of people getting testimonials, and then later on you hear the person say, oh, well, I didn't know what I was really giving a testimonial for, because they were paid a couple bucks just to do a video testimonial. So is there anything being done? I mean, the largest communities that are being defrauded are definitely Jamaican nationals and the Filipinos, but I guess nobody's safe.
We work with immigration, and this is what I said before. Immigration can bring prosecutions, and we work there. The problem with a lot of those scams is the offenders are still going to be abroad. It's not often the offenders are on island here, and the threshold then for extradition and bringing them here is almost impossible to achieve.
Just to be clear, WORC has said to me that it's nothing they can do about it in law if a permit hasn't actually been submitted. So there's the rare case where the person submits the work permit, but that's not normally the case. They're just taking the individual's money, and they do it for multiple people, and then no work permit is ever submitted. So
is that being done locally?
Yes.
The money?
Yeah.
So the individuals are on island and taking money is what you're saying. Okay, so what I think perhaps the best way to deal with this today is just let us have a look at it. If we have those sort of complaints, we'll have a review of it. Yeah.
Commissioner, put the report aside. I just want to get your personal reflection. Since you've been in the role, how is it going so far? What are the lessons that have been learned? What do you think of the first 4 years for 2024 and the outlook?
First 4 months.
First 4 months. Sorry.
Fast forward.
I am retired a little bit too.
First 4 months of 2024 and the outlook for the rest of the year.
Okay, thanks, Javi. It's been what I would say a real roller coaster of a tenure, I suppose, since I became the commissioner and signed on the 29th of September last year. And that first experience was 20 minutes after, as I mentioned earlier, when we had a murder on our streets in Georgetown at 10:32. So literally 20 minutes after being sworn in, we had a murder. I did say back when it became public that I was the designated person to take over the commissioner position, that I was under absolutely no illusion as to what was in store. I knew very much what was likely coming. Yet still went ahead to take this job on because it's really important for me to say this as well, that I couldn't do this without the support. I couldn't do this without the support of everyone in this room and others out there in various sectors across the organization, without my command team and everyone involved in this process. We want to keep this ship on a journey. We're on a straight ahead bearing. There are times we may need to slow down, pause, and reflect a bit. And I'd like to say right now, over the past 7 years, we've been on this journey. When I didn't have much time for reflection, if I'm honest, because it was always in fast forward. It was one level, as far as the level of criminality, when we went, they had an uptick, as you well aware of, in terms of the tit for tat, gang and gangs. We were going into a series of robberies. So I've had very little time to reflect, but it didn't mean that I stopped or we didn't achieve a lot. With the team, we were able to produce our strategic policing plan. We were able to go out there and meet the community, hear their concerns. We were able to meet key partners, key stakeholders across the entire criminal justice sectors and other areas, and continue, because it was important that we kept this ship, bearing straight ahead and without slowing down. And for me, when I reflect back on the past six months at the helm, really I couldn't do this without the team. Supporting cast around me, it would have been virtually impossible. And I see that as a way forward, really, and building a really good team of positive individuals who are interested only in one thing, and that is the safeguarding the public.
Can I just clarify one thing on the figures, because I might have missed it, but between the 37,866 calls for service, you're saying 13,721 are kind of calls for service that are in these major categories that are not crime. And then you've only got 3,955 crimes. So there's a big chunk of stuff that's not described.
So I think we have to draw a distinction between the calls for service and what crimes are. So all I'm saying there is that a big chunk of those non-crimes, those matters that are not crimes,
yeah.
the 5 big areas that took up, I suppose, attracted a lot of calls for service, a lot of resources in terms of and the time to deal with those were those 5 big categories, which I mentioned earlier in terms of civil disputes, public environment, alarms, and persons in distress. Those were all non-crime matters. I think with the exception of 2 of those.
This is 5 years.
5? Okay, 5 of those, of the 13,756? Yeah, would have been crime. But the bulk of that representation of the 37,866, that 36% is just, those are calls for service primarily in those areas we do.
But there's like almost bordering on 20,000 other things that are not said to be the public environment, alarm, person in danger, blah, blah, blah.
No, so I think the traffic matters we generate, we're self-generating RMS.
Oh, so that would account for that.
Yes, all right, so for clarity, so
that makes sense.
when a call for service is the fact that we have engaged, doesn't matter what it is, a police response vehicle, a police officer has responded to a situation, an incident. It could be traffic engaging with a member of the public, whether it's some traffic infraction. That is still a call.
That counts for 10,000.
That's still a call for service.
Well, that's only offences.
So the figures are there for you when please feel free to go through the figures.
Am I missing a big thing?
No, you're not. No, you're not.
What is it?
No, you're not. So the 10,000. So for instance, an easy example: the 10,716 traffic prosecutions would be a call for service.
Yeah, and then there's going to be another 10,000 never got prosecuted. I get you.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could squeeze in one quick one before we wrap up that we didn't touch on yet. Could you give us a brief picture of policing on the sister islands within the past year? It looks like it's been pretty stable compared to the year prior.
It is very stable. Of course, we saw certainly an increase in our traffic prosecutions. You would have seen that in the report, and that's primarily because we've looked at when I went over to the BRAC in October last year, and part of that, the community town hall style meetings, some of the complaints, majority of the complaints were about speeding. And we looked at our radar enforcement capabilities. And what I did was spoke to Inspector Tahal, and we looked at doing things a bit differently. So as a result of that, I think there's a direct correlation in that increase in how we looked at increasing the radar capability. But Chief Inspector Malcolm Key over in Cayman BRAC is doing a splendid job for us. He's well supported by his team, well supported by the entire team here on Grand Cayman. Whenever there's a need for additional resources on the BRAC or on the sister islands, we've got our helicopters, and we will certainly move officers over there in the event that is required.
Okay, I think that's probably a good place to wrap up.
Absolutely.
All right, so thank you, Sarah, thank you for our panel, and thank you for the media attending. As I said, we've got a little bit of time left over to have side conversations if you want to with any of the other members in the room, so feel free to stick around for that. Other than that, we'll finish there. Thank you all.
And thank you, as I said, thank you. You're our partners in this, so we're a very open and transparent organization. Thank you very much for coming here today.